It never doesn't have to do anything, is it? As soon as you click live, we're live.
It's going to be live in a minute on everything.
Sorry, let me just. I gotta do one.
Tommy, brother. Very helpful putting this together. He's a wonderful Zionist Jew.
Welcome.
How are you, man?
No, thank you.
His wife is a British Jew.
Very fun.
Which one is it? Hang on, let me
Good. I gotta put the list together. James Spider. Connect with Max.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just trying to get our live feed going.
So we should do. When the crowds come in, then anyone wants them, we just stand up. Good, okay. I'm going to come with us. Wait, what's the step? Yeah, we should do that. Aviv, stand. Yeah, Aviv, we can just, once you go live,
You're about to go live in a second. We'll open it
is
up.
that going live on ours and yours?
Everywhere.
Okay, good. No, I'll just count. Yeah, I'll talk to me. I don't care. I'll get up and talk. Once I'm talking, once I'm finished talking, I'll give them a speech. I'll deliver it. We have to be in this room because when people start like that, yeah, that's then we stand up on stage. Everyone's like,
Last one.
you guys ready? Are we ready?
Another minute.
Tommy, we ready? Let's go. This room, they work. Come on, not that this way over here.
And up there, yeah. I don't have a problem at all. No, I'm just following. I'm following whatever he's doing. Step.
That post just won't send up, man. Tommy Robinson, massive event, live Tel Aviv. Okay, we're ready. We're live, lads. We're live, Avi. So, mate, how are you?
Yeah, no, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, where are you? So, is this an interview? Where are you from?
Well, we connected in Luton. I don't know if you remember.
Oh,
15
you're the
years
lad.
ago.
Yeah, I do remember.
Yeah.
The university.
Yeah. So we've gone completely
Okay.
full circle. Now we're here in Israel. It's unbelievable.
You live here?
Yeah.
Ah,
About
so
8 years. I'm one of the Jews that escaped the UK.
So I met this gentleman 15 years ago, started the English Defence League, come and interviewed me. Can I ask you questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you interviewed me back then, what was your honest opinion? What was you thinking?
So I tell you what, I went in sceptical.
Yep.
And you walked in.
Where did we meet? Remind me.
We met. The university put us together.
Yep.
And
Okay. Yep.
You walked in and you'd been, I think, in a fight or attacked the night before.
Sounds like me.
And I thought, God, who's this guy? I thought, what are we going to do? And I was trying to catch you out on interviews, and you just knew your stuff, and you were talking about things that people weren't saying, at least publicly. And I didn't quite know how to react. I was like, oh wow, I'm not really used to this kind of.
What was you doing at the time? Was you a student?
Yeah, I was a student doing broadcast journalism.
Okay. Yeah, let's face this.
Not like the light.
Yeah, good.
So I was a student doing broadcast journalism.
Okay.
And now I have my own podcast and publication, and I kind of do things from there.
Okay.
I'm
So
a
you've carried on in the career.
Trying to, yeah, I mean, it evolves all the time,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
So social media's really opened it up for everyone. I mean, folks like you, folks
What's your
like
name,
me.
mate?
James Spyro.
James
So I have a
Spyro.
podcast, The Spyro Circle.
Spyro Circle. Where can they watch that?
They can do it on Substack, and they can do it on Instagram and Twitter. They can follow me on Twitter, James Spyro.
James Spyro. There you go.
Yeah, cheers, man.
So we met 15 years ago in Luton University. He was a young student doing his course. I went down for an interview. We talked.
And here we are again.
And here we are now 15 years later.
Yeah. How does it feel being here? Tell me about what your experience is like being here in Israel compared to what you may have seen on the media.
Well, when I come here in 2016, I know that the country is very different to how they portray it in the media. I've had a wonderful reception coming to Tel Aviv. I've had a wonderful reception. I went to Jerusalem. I've had a wonderful reception. I don't know if you've seen any of the content we've put out since
Yeah,
you've been
definitely. Happy birthday, Avi.
here. Happy
Oh,
birthday.
Yeah, cheers. I did see the
Thank
content.
you.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I do have one question for you about maybe the reaction from some of the British Jews.
Yep, that's fine.
They are all aghast that you're here. They're all condemning it. I mean, all the British Jews here love that you're here. So how do you like balance that in your mind?
We balance it by the fact that all of the British Jews who have come out and condemned me are establishment figures. They're either journalists for mainstream media or they're establishment figures working with the government. Now, the Board of Deputies are in bed with the Labour Party who just recognise the Palestinian state.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
It was unreal.
They have thrown the Jews under the bus. They've thrown their own community under the bus. Now, the Board of Deputies work with organisations who are calling from the river to the sea. Yeah, they have appeased for decades a Islamic community by thinking that they take diversity pictures with them, they'll be okay. And then when October 7th happened, that entire Islamic community totally turned on them. Yeah, they do not represent the average Jewish person in Britain. I know that. From the reception I receive whenever I go to any Jewish community, no one attacks me, no one hates me, I get shown love. Yeah? There is a detachment between our representatives in Britain, who represent us, because they don't, and the Jewish community are exactly the same.
What do you think the reaction's going to be in Britain when you get back there? Among the Jews or among the establishment?
Among the establishment figures within the Jewish community, they're just going to have to accept it. Yeah? You've lost. Okay? You've tried to lie, you've tried to smear us on behalf, not of the Jewish community. What you're doing is not right for the Jewish community, you're doing it for the establishment. That's who you're doing it for. You're attacking me on behalf of the establishment. It's not right for the Jewish community. It doesn't matter what you say. I will always stand with the British Jewish community. I have only met patriots. No, yesterday I was followed by a bunch of British Jews who were singing the national anthem. We do not want proud British Jews to have to leave our country due to cowardice leadership and due to people remaining silent. I won't remain silent. That's it. I'm not going to remain silent. I don't care which establishment figures keep trying to condemn me, because it doesn't matter. They're not representative. They are irrelevant. I see some bird, I don't even know her name, but she's done some stupid interview on LBC. No one's listening to you. It doesn't matter. No one's listening to you. They're going to watch the content I produce. I've come to Israel to produce content to contradict many of those who hate Israel. Okay? And you, unfortunately, to the Board of Deputies, you are not representative and you are cowards when it comes to Israel. There's only one homeland for Jewish people. There's 55 Islamic nations, maybe more. There's one Jewish homeland and it's surrounded by 23 Islamic nations, who many of the people in it, wish to destroy this nation and its people. You do not go to a negotiating table through weakness. You need strength. Donald Trump has showed that. Benjamin Netanyahu has showed that. You need strength, not weakness, not cowardice. And many of the decisions and the condemnation of me is political. It's not.
I have to ask though, what's in it for you? I mean,
nothing at all. Nothing at all. Not £7,000 a post. Give me £7,000 a post.
I'm due money for that.
Yeah.
I'm here
You're
wearing.
due money.
I'm here wearing. No, I mean like because I wish I was getting paid.
Mate,
I'm doing it for
do
free.
you know how much do you know how much hassle I get?
Yeah.
So do you know when I have
Look,
these?
I wear a hat like this. Like I wouldn't wear it in any other country, and I'm wearing it on your show now, and I'm happy to.
Yeah.
I'm a proud Jew. I live here in Israel. I'm confused about not confused, but why would you put that target on your back?
I'll tell you why. Because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah,
because it's the right thing to do. Who are our partners? Which country should we partner with? The country who shares Western civilization's values. The country where I visited today, Jerusalem. Do you think we could visit Jerusalem and visit these sites if Hamas or the Palestinian Authority were in control? No, we can't. We wouldn't be able to.
What's the best way for people in Britain or America or anywhere in the world who has a certain view of Israel that you are clearly seeing a different
Come to Israel.
Yeah?
Come to Israel. Come to Israel. Simple as that. Come to Israel. Come to Israel as I did. I come here on a fact-finding mission in 2016 because I talk about these issues. And I don't think people should be ignorant, because I meet people and they say, yeah, free Palestine and you're this and you're that. And I'll just say, have you ever been there? No. Have you ever spoke to a fourth-generation refugee who lives in a refugee camp in Bethlehem? You haven't. No? Okay. Have you ever met any Arabs who serve in the IDF? No. Muslims? No. Okay, have you met any Arabs? Because there's 2 million of them. In fact, Israel does it better than Britain. You have 2 million Muslims who live in the state of Israel who are far more integrated into your society than the Muslims living in Britain. Okay, you do it better. But what we need to learn, and which I took inspiration from, is you have your identity. Yeah? You have a very strong identity. We lost that. We're regaining it now. Britain's waking up. But I don't get any benefit from supporting Israel. I don't have any financial benefit. In fact, I just get hell. But at the same time, when the Hindus come under attack, so I'm getting lots of people saying, well, why are you always talking about Israel? Because I'm in Israel, yeah? I go to Poland on the 10th of November. I will be talking about Poland every day when I'm in Poland. I'm talking about Israel because they're under attack. And I see the propaganda, the same way that I've been smeared and I've been lied about, I see the same smears and lies about Israel.
Well, we really appreciate you being here, and thank you for giving your word and getting to know us, and we're getting to know you. And if you guys have any other questions at Aviv, I don't want to take up the spot here.
I just don't cover the thing.
Okay.
Good on you. And you have a problem that when you're
you.
No, besides for that, when somebody's talking, you got to put the mic on them.
On them, sorry.
And then when you talk, you put it on you. Sometimes you're doing this, and it doesn't work. The people at home.
Sorry,
They
guys.
may have missed my name in my Substack. So
Yes,
I'm
yes.
just going to repeat that again. So the name is James Spiro. I'm on X, and you can also follow the Spiro
How do you spell
Circle.
Spiro?
Spiro. Circle. CIRCLE.
Follow.
Cheers. Follow, subscribe, and I'm on X, Substack, YouTube. I'm everywhere, and I'm going to be reporting on what you folks are doing here, what you guys are doing. It's great. We love it, and thank you again. And yeah.
Just a quick question, because in the beginning when you said that the first time you met Tommy was, you went to some event, EDL event or something, and you went to challenge him.
No. He was invited into my university for an interview, and we were journalism students at the time. So I was studying broadcast journalism.
Was you at Luton Uni?
University of Bedfordshire, yeah.
You didn't do very well then, bro.
Well, I'm here with you today. I don't know. I think I did really well.
I'm only joking.
Yeah.
I'm only joking.
Yeah,
I'm only
yeah.
joking. I'm only joking.
That's a whole story for another day. Yeah, that is. I don't want to bore the audience with that story, but no, to be here with you guys today, I consider it a win.
But interesting to me, so even back then you went there to challenge him, and
But it was more of he was saying things that no one else was saying, and as journalists, that's really juicy, right? You want to kind of sit down and talk with the guy, and you want to challenge anyone who's in the hot seat, and you want to make sure to hold anyone accountable. And that was just a really exciting opportunity, and Tommy was a great sport for doing it, and he certainly kept us on our toes. And I remembered it to this day. And so when I heard you were coming back to Israel,
I saw your message. I
Yeah,
saw your
it was
message online.
amazing. We had an interaction. It was great.
We met years ago. And then, yeah.
perfect. All right, I reckon we go out there. Is there any specific, or we got? Are there people lining up already? What do we got?
There's another meeting now.
Another one?
But we can't don't want to film this one.
No?
Well, then we've got to move.
You move, you go for a walk.
We'll
Avi,
go
I'll
for a
see you
walk,
later.
all right? We'll see you guys around. We've got thousands on the live already, so we're doing well. Watch your step.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
So grab the tripod.
Where am I going? That way. Do you want the tripod or you want to...
It's a press con. Tripod.
No, not yet. No, I don't know. So there'll probably be a press conference. Guys,
I will. I'll grab this closer to the door.
hold on. 1 second. No. Just leave that here, because if the press conference happens, it's happening here.
Okay, good.
It's all live.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do it. Just speak to me
So,
for a second.
come off. Don't film.
No, they're really sat down. What? They're sat down.
Yeah.
So is it they could have picked him up from that camera?
Yeah, it's just not sharp.
Right, then we'll make sure he's sat right.
Yeah, get him in that side. Perfect. All right, let's go. Come on, son. You're monitoring sound and that, yeah?
I can hear it. Nothing's wrong.
I'll open the live stream. I might just talk here for a second, open it up, because we went straight into it. All right, is that a good shot? That's all right. Welcome everyone to the live stream. This is going to be the live stream across all platforms, wherever you are right now. Make sure to hit like, help the algorithm share this stream. So we're essentially going to give you the full live event here from Tel Aviv, where check out how many people are set to come. Just a few days ago, I think they announced this, and look how many people in Tel Aviv on a Saturday night just after Shabbat are set to be here to hear from Tommy Robinson. We're going to talk to the people that are coming to find out why and what they think of Tommy, and if things have changed. We're going to talk to some of the VIPs that come here, and of course we're going to listen to, I think there may be a press conference. We'll also get into that. There's I understand there might be a few journalists here that don't particularly like Tommy Robinson, so we're going to cover all of that, and this is all thanks to TommyInIsrael.com. Guys, if you want to help us cover the costs of getting here, Rebel News. So we're doing this joint with Urban Scoop. As you can see, the logo's on the side. This is TommyInIsrael.com. That's how we've paid our own way. So Rebel News is not being paid, just like Tommy. We're not being paid by anyone to be here. We're not taking any government money to cover this, because we want to be independent. We don't want the government, not even the Israeli government, not the no government, to tell us how and what we should report. So we are independent, and we rely solely on the viewers of TommyInIsrael.com. If you want to support our mission here, which has been super expensive, you can do that there. I keep telling people just our flights to get here was, together, myself and Benji, 10,500 Australian dollars between us for an economy flight. So you can imagine how much this entire trip is going to cost. But we have amazing viewers like you, so I think it's worth it, and I know that many of you do. So if you do, make sure to support our work at TommyInIsrael.com. We'll be here all night. It's a bit early. It's starting in about an hour. There's supposed to be a press conference shortly. We'll cover that. And then we'll just follow Tommy as he engages with different people. And you'll be front seat. So let's just see what's happening outside. We're going to walk around and then we'll just attach ourselves to the one and only Tommy Robinson in Israel, who has received the unbelievable welcome to Israel. I wouldn't mind a glass of water though. So, check out where we are. They've got a cool little, they've got a bar happening and all. But I'm not allowed to drink on the job tonight. No drinking on the job, or at least not in the beginning of the show, maybe at the end. Shalmaim. What a beautiful night here in Tel Aviv. This gorgeous weather. I'll show you around the setup.
באשראי,
באשראי, כן.
עוד אין לי פה אשראי.
אני אחזור עוד מעט לשלם.
אין בעיה, נזכור.
בסדר. So at the moment there's just a few media here gathering, I believe, for the press conference, which should be interesting, a press conference with Tommy Robinson. That should be fun. So make sure, guys, smash that like, share it. Let's make this the biggest and most triggering live stream to everyone, to everyone that's upset at seeing Tommy Robinson in Israel. I'm talking about the left, the right, and every Islamist across the world.
Midi, how you doing? Jay Schultz.
How you going, mate? Is it
What's up,
good?
David?
Where do I know your name from?
It's my event.
Oh, I'm not. It's from my emails. All right, we're live, so I'm not going to drive you mad, but we'll talk later.
All right.
Thanks, brother. All right. Let's go to Tommy, and then let's see when this press conference is happening. Are we doing the press conference now?
I don't know what the deal is.
How you doing? All good?
Yeah, we're good, man.
All right.
Come on,
I'm just going to come up with you, mate.
Come up with me, mate.
Come.
Look how little Abby is, isn't
Are we doing a press conference or what?
it? Do a press conference.
Or is that journalists here? Like,
Which one? I don't know who she is. We'll find her.
all right, Tommy, what are you expecting tonight?
What am I expecting? Shawarma. I'm expecting, I don't know. Do you know what? I'm just going to get up and talk about what I've witnessed in Israel, what I've found in Israel each time I've come to Israel, what I see as a problem for Israel. I see big problems back home. I don't just see, so many Jews I'm talking to here are talking about how unsafe they feel. Join the club, yeah? That's how we all feel. So Jews are worried about their future in Britain. We're worried about our future in Britain. We're all worried about our futures due to the hostile importation of Islamic supremacist groups, people, terrorists, jihadists, rapists, whatever you want to call them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to look. It looks like this is probably the biggest audience. In fact, I've never been able to get a venue like this. The fact that we've got a venue with no protests outside, and we've got is every one of these seats filled?
We believe every seat.
We've filled it. We've filled every one of these seats. It's a great feeling for me to come and have a discussion with a community. And do you know what? I'm lied about so much by so-called representatives of the Jewish community in Great Britain and the media that it's an opportunity for these people to meet me. I'll talk to them about my story. I'll talk to them about who I am. I'll talk to them about my goals, my work, my journalism, which is, come on, second to none. Even the journalism we've produced since we've been here, we're the best.
Second best, but
No, I'm the best.
Second.
Avi, I'm the best.
we can't even cut.
We
It's
went,
a
out
live
for,
stream.
we went out for Avi's 40th birthday yesterday.
We don't want to talk about it.
The food was great. I had lamb chops. I had these duck things to start. What else did I have? Oh, it was great, man. It was really good. What did you have, Avi?
We don't
Avi couldn't
I
talk.
had a lot of
Avi couldn't
alcohol.
talk. We were meant to be
Adam's
somewhere at 8 a.m.
message-
this morning. Avi weren't there.
Avi couldn't make it. Okay, all right. He's messaged me. I've just got. Look how I still have him in my phone, just so you know.
Mate, TR News. The TR News days. TR News days.
There are people that don't even know that I worked for you.
TR Online. I give Ezra the benefit of creating me. Avi, I give you your first job as a journalist, no?
Yeah,
And then I watched, I watched as Avi. So when I come out of jail, Avi worked for TR Online. And then I watched during COVID as I think Avi become the best journalist on the planet at that time. I saw him getting chased down, getting arrested. It was great to watch, man. I loved it. Just every time he got nicked, I was like, yes! Another one.
I'm like, did you
Nick him, get him.
Listen to what you just said. I seen him chased down, get arrested. I loved it. It was good.
It was great.
No, it was good.
It was great.
That's what I wanted to ask you. We're here. One second, we're here, and like you said, there's no protest here. And this is not, so people know, people understand at home, we are in the heart of lefty Israel.
So Tel Aviv is the liberal, it's like the Brighton of the UK. It's the most liberal city, town in Israel, the most leftist town in Israel. And yeah, there's no protest. And in fact, I haven't had a negative word said to me since I've been here, have I?
There was one guy on the day, but he was like a Canadian.
Canadian, yeah.
And as soon as I went to talk to him to understand where he was coming from, it was all the typical slurs.
He legged it.
And he was just throwing those slurs. Oh, you're a convicted criminal. So it was like 100% about character assassination, which that was a one person. So it wasn't an Israeli. He was from overseas.
You do everything late here, man.
But the thing that I want to engage those people because obviously he was like pro-Israel, loves Israel. And it's like, dude, do you not get where Tommy Robinson is coming from? Like everything that happens to Israel, the way that they character assassinated, demonize Israel, is the very same way by the very same people often who demonize Tommy Robinson. And it's like, oh, he's a criminal. They're war criminals. I'm saying it's the same.
There's a genocide. He's a fascist. There's a genocide.
It's all the same stuff. And so, but the truth is, that was one situation. All I've seen you get here is total love. How was it walking into, the market yesterday? We couldn't get out of there.
No, we couldn't get out of there. And it was like being on one of our own events. And do you know what I said, which I find quite sad as well? I find quite sad that many of the Jews I've met just seem relieved that someone's telling the truth about their country and understands their fight. And it's quite sad because they all feel alone. So I met this Jewish woman. I went out for a meal and she come up to me and she said, Tommy, I've never been to a demonstration in my life. She was about 50 and she flew from Los Angeles on her child's birthday to come back to London for September the 13th. And she said, I had to be there. My family thought I was nuts, but I said, I've got to be in London for this event. So she come back and she met a friend and he pulled out his Star of David. And she said that we have felt so alone and we have felt so in danger. And then all of a sudden she's surrounded by hundreds and hundreds of thousands of British patriots. And she said that all of them were coming up when she had her Star of David flag and saying, we're with you, we'll stand with you. And she said that the uplift it gave her, because for so long she'd felt they were totally on their own. And then she realised there's an army of British patriots here. Yeah? And as I said yesterday, I was followed through the market yesterday by young Jews who were singing God Save the King, the British national anthem. Now these are young patriotic Brits who have been forced to flee our country. Yet we have to think about what's currently happening in Great Britain. Hard-working taxpayers and patriots who love Great Britain, who have embraced Great Britain, are being forced to leave, whilst boats full of jihadists, terrorists, rapists, criminals, and even if they're not, and they're totally nice citizens, their ideology will not allow them to integrate or assimilate into the country anyway. And that's who we're replacing the Jewish community with, who are being forced to leave. So,
I'm just going to ask for technical support. Don't turn the camera. Are you hearing it low, or are you saying people are saying it's low?
No, I can see.
I'm going to turn it up, but so can I get you just to check that? I'm going to.
Okay. When a man comes around, I can't get this bloody thing. Ezra.
Is that plus? Yeah, that's it. All right, so hey, I've turned it up, but can you just double check that it's not peaking? So watch it for a few minutes when we're talking to people.
Yeah, come up, Chris. We're on the stage. Come straight up to the stage, mate. Yeah?
So we're here, guys, just so you understand. You all right? He's all right? Yeah, let him watch. He's got to see it. Stay me. Okay, so we are here, guys. Welcome to the stream. If you haven't, if you're just tuning in, we're basically across all platforms. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure to like, comment, get involved in the conversation. The scrolling comments are happening right there on the screen. So say, have your say. Have a go at Tommy. Have a go.
Have a go. Let me get the comments up. Let me get the comments up.
And make sure to smash that like button. Help the algorithm. Share it around. Let's make this a bigger stream. Let the world see how Tel Aviv, the liberal city of Israel, is responding to
3,000 people watching you live.
to Tommy Robinson.
I'll read the comments, yeah? Live chat.
Oh, yeah. Turn it down so it's not turn it down, otherwise it's eating us.
So, Avi Yemeni looks like a man, only smaller. Who was that? That was from...
Shame on you, Tommy R. Robinson. Why is that the name?
Avi looks like a terrorist. Avi... Avi is really annoying.
The worst part is they're actually real comments.
Avi is shorter than
Guys,
Tommy.
you can actually get involved in those comments, and they're on that they will feature on the screen.
I'm only joking.
No, you're not. Yeah, that's a real.
No, look.
No.
Okay, we love what you're doing so much. Respect. Check out Mike's place in Tel Aviv.
I got drunk there last night. That's
Is that where you went? No, you said when you come back to the hotel, we went to Mike's place.
I went to Mike's place.
Okay, I've got to meet these off camera 2 seconds.
Off cameras, all right. So, no, come here. All right. He's got. Oh.
Shall we come down with the camera and talk, or
Yeah.
should we do it up here?
Wherever you want.
This is your station.
This is what?
This is your.
This is a live stream. You're live.
I'm
I'll come
live.
down. Let me come down.
Okay.
Hi,
Hi. Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you talk to Lindsay Hilton, Channel 4 News?
Channel 4 News?
Yeah, that's us.
So all you do is lie. So whatever you're going to ask, you've travelled all the way here, probably on a propaganda piece, to try and attack me.
I just want to ask you a question.
Let me tell you.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I tell you the answer quickly, and then you can ask your question? More people are going to watch our video than yours.
Fine.
You have become totally irrelevant in every aspect. You lie. You smeared Israel. You're on the side of Hamas. You're humiliation, and no one cares what you say anymore. Now
But
ask
what
your
I'm
question.
interested to know is that the Board of Deputies of British Jews
Yeah.
says you're a thug, and they say that you represent the worst of Britain.
And where are the board of deputies now?
They're in the UK representing British Jews.
They're representing British Jews. Who voted for them to represent British Jews?
Did you vote for them? You're
I'm
not even
asking you.
Jewish.
No,
Are
so
you Jewish?
I'm Jewish.
You're in our country. Do you support
That's all right,
Jesus?
it's fine.
I don't think that's
It's fine.
relevant.
So, look, can I ask you something?
No, because I'm asking you because I'm a journalist.
This works both.
and-
I'm a journalist. This works both ways.
So what
do
I
you
want
support?
to-
Do you support Palestinian state being recognised?
What
no,
I
no,
want
can you,
to
I'll
know-
answer your question once you answer one of mine.
I'll
answer your question
I am
once you
not
answer
giving
one of
my
mine.
opinion because I
You're
am
not
a
giving your
neutral
opinion.
reporter for
You're a
Channel 4.
neutral
But what
reporter.
I would like to know,
What I would like to know is, do you support the state of Palestine being recognised under the Palestinian Authority?
and what I would like to
Will
know.
you answer that question?
No, wait.
You support a terrorist state. Come on. You support a terrorist state. You've flown into Israel whilst you support a terrorist state.
And please don't invoke the Jewish community because there's a
You support a
lot.
terrorist state.
I walk the streets with Tommy Robinson both here and on the streets of Jerusalem, and British Jews thank him. The Jewish Board of Deputies don't represent the Jewish community.
Hold on. Listen, let's have an adult conversation, yeah? I'll ask you a question, you ask me a question. You're a journalist, I'm a journalist. I'll answer any question you want.
The
okay?
Board of British,
Okay,
British
Board of
Deputy
British
Jews
Deputies.
says you're not a journalist. They say you're a thug who
Okay,
represents
okay.
the worst of it. That's what they say. So I'm asking you
Okay.
to respond
I'll
to that allegation.
I'll respond to that. Have you watched any of the content I've produced since I've been in Israel?
I have, yes.
And is it good journalism? What about the interview with Thomas Hand, whose 8-year-old daughter Emily was kidnapped? Have you watched that interview?
I have seen many interviews with her, and
No.
But what I'm
You're
asking
dodging the question.
is why.
Answer the question. You're saying I'm not a journalist. You're
you
saying
are
I'm not a journalist.
In the UK, you
Do
are
call
considered a
this
far-right
journalism?
activist.
Okay. Do you call this journalism? Have you come here and spoke to any second or third generation Muslims who live in the state of Israel and asked them about Israel? Have you?
I've been coming here for 30 years.
Answer the question. Okay.
yes.
Answer the question. Do you recognise the British government recognising a Palestinian state under the Palestinian Authority? Do you?
I have reported it
No,
because
no,
I
don't
have
care if you
reported
reported
it
it. No, I
for
don't-
30 years
I'm asking you a
without
question.
ever
Do you
giving
support
my
it?
opinion.
What's your opinion?
I'm not giving my
Why
opinion.
not?
Because I am a journalist who's been
So
reporting
shall I answer?
from here.
Shall I answer this? I'm not giving my opinion.
fine.
You're
But it's
very happy to
pathetic.
give your opinion
It's
about
pathetic.
Tommy Robinson.
So let me give you a message to the Board of Deputies, Jews. You do not represent the British Jewish community. You have stood with a two-state solution. You can't have a two-state solution with terrorists or jihadists. I don't support that. I'm a Zionist. I believe in a homeland for the Jewish people. There's 55 Islamic nations. Let the Jews have one. This is their homeland. Historically, biblically, it's their land. Okay, there's no argument about it. I don't support Hamas. I'm totally opposed by Hamas. You have travelled here, you've took all your time. This is what you call journalism. Do you want to know what journalism is? What I've done in South Tel Aviv. Do you want to know what journalism is? What I've done at the Nova Festival. Do you want to know what journalism is? What I've done since I've been here. And I guarantee you, British Jews and Jews around the world will watch my journalism and they'll applaud it, and they're going to watch your journalism and be ashamed of it. That's the reality. There's between me and you say you've been a journalist for 30 years. How many people are watching your journalism? You don't understand it yet, but you are literally like dying with a terminal illness. You are finished. That no one cares about the mainstream media. They watch us. We are now the media. Now, you don't like that, I understand that. And that's why your producers and the government, they want you to fly here and they want you to come here and attack us. But what you don't understand is, when you come here to attack us like this, more people are going to support us. People hate you. They've had enough of your lies. What have your lies about Israel since the start of this conflict? And then you have the audacity to come to the state of Israel and stand here and attack me whilst I'm coming to tell the truth about Israel. That's you, your Channel 4. Okay? Everyone's had enough of you. How many people do you think watch, or actually, how many people do you think actually, generally, as you've seen when I've asked you some questions here today, I've simply asked you some simple questions which you won't give your opinion of. People know when I answer, I mean it. They know the work I do, I care about. You don't care. You will say whatever for your bosses. I won't. I will come, I will find the truth, and I will report it. That's what I do, okay? So unfortunately, for Channel 4, which you've done hit piece after hit piece after hit piece, you haven't just done hit piece against me, you've done hit pieces against Israel. You've been pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas. That's your reporting, okay? That's your reporting, not mine. I stand on the side of freedom, democracy, equality. This is a Western civilization which is under threat and surrounded by jihadist nations. That's why I'm here. I'm here to show solidarity after October 7th, and I'm here on a fact-finding mission to give the British public the facts on what it's like in the state of Israel. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Tell the Board of Deputies I said hello.
Channel 4, isn't that the one that Pakistani woman, Bushra, whatever her name is, the one on she was on that Channel 4, go back to where you, some show on Channel 4, I'm pretty sure, is it not? Do you know who I'm talking about, Bushra?
I know who you're talking about. I don't watch Channel 4.
She was Channel 4.
No one watches Channel 4
I just want, do you know that?
I know what you're talking about.
What's her
I'm
name?
sorry.
Let's look at. It's funny
sorry,
because I just wonder if you ever confronted her. She's been.
I've never heard of her.
What, can I ask you, because the Board of Deputies support the Islamophobia bill
find
being
out.
passed, yeah? The Board of Deputies are on record trying to pass the Islamophobia bill. If the Islamophobia bill was passed, it would make it illegal to tell the truth about Hamas, what happened on October 7th, and about Islamic rape gangs. That's the Board of Deputies. What do you think about the Islamophobia bill? Do you think we should have an Islamophobia bill which makes it illegal to criticise Islam?
I don't report Britain.
No, I'm asking.
I report from Israel.
You report from Israel. Okay, so you report from Israel. So do you think that we should recognise a Palestinian state under the control of the Palestinian Authority? Simple question, yes or no?
I'm not going to answer it because I'm a journalist who doesn't give my opinion, unlike you. I'm a journalist who reports objectively.
Reports objectively. You call this objectively.
I'm not giving my opinion, am I?
You call this attack. You call this.
What do you think
I'm
of
not
Tommy
attacking
Robinson?
You, I'm asking you a question.
You've come here without, you've come here. You could have watched my journalism since I've been here and reported on that. You could have reported on what we found when we went into South Tel Aviv. You could have reported on what we found when we met Thomas Hand. You could have reported on any of these things. We've done lots of positive work since we've been here. You could have reported on that. You've come here with a preconceived article already written with an attack from the British Jews who hate Tommy Robinson, who says he doesn't represent us. You've already wrote your news piece. You've come here to get your little 2-second soundbite and then to go home. That is not journalism.
The Likud party is hosting him in Tel Aviv. That's the mainstream party.
It's not journalism.
The Likud party is hosting him. This is extremist. How? The Likud party is hosting him in Tel Aviv, right?
Well, I thought it was the Minister of Diaspora, Mr.
Minister
Chickling.
of Diaspora is
Tonight's
hosting him
show.
in the country
Tonight's event is a Likud party.
The invitation is
It doesn't matter.
from
You
the
didn't.
Likud is the
You didn't bother to
mainstream
check
governing
that.
party, correct? Yes.
It's the governing party, yes.
So
the point
Likud,
is-
I'm sorry,
the
so
point is
Likud
you've
Tel
come
Aviv
here-
is hosting him. This sounds pretty mainstream in the center of Israel.
The point is, you've come here with a preconceived article already written to get a sound point as an attack, as a headline, to say that attack me from mainstream establishment organisations who are not working on behalf of the British Jews.
With respect,
Yes.
you don't know why I've come here, and I have been coming here for 30 years,
Yes.
and you are a very small story in a much bigger story.
But
And
here
that
you
is
are,
the
though.
fact.
Here you are.
And that is correct, yes.
And here you are working for Channel 4.
Thank you.
And more people will watch my live stream.
The
than your
Jewish Board of
Thank you very
why,
much.
why do the Jewish Board of Deputies get to define who's a journalist? Since when are they any sort of authority that you take them seriously? Like if somebody doesn't call you a journalist, is that automatically a question for you to
That's
ask?
what I said. But
You
anyway,
asked him.
go
You,
ahead.
you said
Go
you
ahead.
said the Jewish Board of Deputies says you're not a journalist.
No, I
What
didn't.
would your
I said
response
they
be?
said he was a thug.
And you said he's not a journalist. People are watching this live. There's thousands watching live. That's what you said. You said that they said he's not a journalist. Why do they get to define who's a journalist? One, they don't speak for Jews. Secondly, I don't speak for journalists. But now you're denying saying it. So, guys,
Have you watched
rewind
any of my
back to-
documentaries? You haven't?
I'd recommend Panodrama.
So you haven't watched any of my documentaries?
I haven't.
You've come here to do a news piece, but you have watched my footage since I've been in Israel. And is that journalism? You're a journalist. Is it journalism? You must be able to answer that without an opinion. Is it
What is
journalism?
your journalism? Is that what you're asking?
Well, you just said I'm not a journalist. I'm
No,
asking you.
I said the British Board of Deputies said
Yeah.
that you were a thug, and they said you represented the worst of Britain.
You said
That
I'm
is
not a
what
journalist.
they said.
You said I'm not a journalist.
You're an activist. Is that correct?
No, I'm a journalist.
So
You're the
you're
activist.
not an
No,
activist?
you're the activist.
Oh, I'm an activist.
Channel 4 are the
So
activists.
you don't think you're an activist?
So Channel 4 on behalf of the government, right?
Okay.
You're funded by the government, right?
No.
Yeah, the Channel 4 take
no,
government
no,
money.
No, we don't.
Channel 4
no,
take
no,
government
no,
money.
no, that's not true. No,
Okay.
no.
So who
Wait.
funds you?
Advertising funds us.
Advertising funds you.
Advertising. There's no government money for Channel 4.
Okay.
It's advertising.
So you're here on behalf of who?
I'm here on behalf of
But
Channel 4
you said I
News.
wasn't a journalist.
I'm here on behalf of
You
Channel
said
4
I wasn't a
News.
journalist. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go to the real journalist. It's all fun and games.
I really want to know who the girl was because I know.
Do I have a remote?
No, don't worry. Yeah.
Take out my tripod.
We play. Come on, ready?
Got my tripod.
I'm talking about the name of the girl, the Pakistani girl.
So one by one or do a huddle? Fine. How are we?
Good. Before we go on, we're not recording, right? Not yet. Just a minute. He's recording. When you go back, I want you to call me, and I want to interview you on The View from Israel.
Okay.
But I want you to talk to you ahead of time,
Okay.
so that you can arrange the Q&A and everything. So
Okay,
he
no
knows
problem.
that where we are.
No problem, sir.
So
Yeah.
call me.
No problem. So, well, I know they've already lied about me, so who's first? Who's first, lads?
I've got a question, Tommy.
Come on then.
What has been the response by the media here to your visit?
I'll tell you the truth. Yeah, surprisingly, I think it's been okay. I think it's been okay.
Do you think there's a difference between Israeli media and British media?
Well, there's 100% a difference between Israeli media and British media, yeah. I think that, look, if any media give fair criticism of me, it's fair game. But smears and lies without evidence or just parroting accusations that are false against me to get headlines, I don't really see it as a journalism. Channel 4 just tried to do exactly that here. They've travelled all the way here to try and get a hit piece, to use the British Board of Deputies as an attack against me to run a big headline, which, as we've seen, they said I'm not a journalist. Channel 4 said I'm not a journalist. You're a journalist here, yeah? Have you watched any of the content I've produced since I've been here? You haven't seen it. You should have done your job. So if you're coming here to interview me on behalf of who?
Reuters.
You're with Reuters. So you're coming here to interview me about what? My trip to Israel?
No, we're coming here to listen to what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So you don't want to ask me questions about my trip to Israel?
I haven't had an opportunity to ask questions
Okay.
yet.
I'd say if I was going to watch you talk and I was a journalist and I'm coming to do a report on you, I'd have certainly watched what you've done in the last 48 hours since you've been in the state of Israel. That's what I'd have done as a journalist. I'd have done my research, I'd have done my homework, which it doesn't sound like you've done since you've been here. But
Can I ask a question, personal one?
yes.
This isn't your first visit.
No, I come in
But
2006.
I said you've been to Jerusalem on this trip.
Yes.
You've also been to the site of the Nova Festival.
Yes.
I want to ask you what you personally, Tommy Robinson,
Yes.
got out of this trip that you didn't know before.
It's not about what I've got out. I come as a journalist. I come on a fact-finding mission in 2016. There is a massive campaign of propaganda against the state of Israel and against Jews. Yeah, I know the difference from visiting here last time. I know the difference from the questions I asked last time, and I come on as a journalist to report back to a British public who are being lied to. They're being lied to through Qatari-funded propaganda, Iranian-funded propaganda, a generation of influencers who are influencing the next generation to hate the state of Israel and to spread lies such as genocide. There is no genocide. The continued lies and smears, I face that. the amount of times the media, like Channel 4, write far-right racist, yeah, which is just lies, and they tell it 1,000 times, 2,000 times, and it's talked about as a matter of fact. The British public now talk about a genocide happening over here as though it's a fact. There is no genocide. How many people are killed in Yemen? Why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about the other conflicts? Why does no one talk about what's happening to the Christians in Nigeria at the hands of jihad? It's like no Jews and no news. So I've seen that. I come here on a fact-finding mission in 2016, and when I say a fact-finding mission, if I'm going to talk about what's happening in Israel, if I'm going to talk about Palestine, then I need to come here and ask questions. And when I came here as one of the lead oppositions to Islam in Europe. Okay, I've had 12 Osman warnings from the government, threats to my life. Six Muslims are serving 30 years in jail for a terror plot to kill me. And I paid young Arab Muslims when I come here to take me to a Fatah-controlled refugee camp in Bethlehem. And I did that. That's risking my life. Yeah, and I did that, and I went to the Fatah-controlled refugee camp to find out from them how they feel. And when I got there, I spent time with a fourth-generation Muslim refugee. And I'll be honest, I connected with him more than anyone in that whole trip when I come here. You could have picked him up and put him in Luton. He was the same as me, yeah? Same sort of upbringing, not the same. I felt like I really connected with him. And as I was walking around, I asked him, who's oppressing you? And I'll be honest, I expected him to say the State of Israel. And he said the Palestinian Authority. And that threw me a little bit. And I said, what do you mean the Palestinian Authority? And then he explained that this lady on this house, and this man inside this house, she blew up a bus. He called them martyrs, yeah? And that they get paid for the rest of their life in the pay-to-slay agreement. Now, I didn't know that. The British public do not know that. They do not know that the Labour government just recognised a Palestinian state controlled by the Palestinian Authority, and our taxpayers' money goes to paying people to kill people in Israel. No one knows that. So I come here to find out. I was shocked by it. And then when he went on about the Palestinian Authority, it then made me think very differently about the conflict and about these people who are stuck as fourth-generation refugees. He also explained that his children would be fifth generation, their children will be sixth generation, theirs will be seventh generation, because it benefits the cause of Hamas and the Palestinian Authority to keep them there. And it does work, because I left that refugee camp wanting to give them money. And I'm one of the biggest critics of Palestine. And I left there wanting to give them money. So if they bring in European politicians and they take them on the tour that I went on, you would look and want to help these people who are being oppressed, but they're being oppressed by the Palestinian Authority. Rather than rebuilding houses, they've had two times more money than Germany after the World War. They dig tunnels and they buy weapons. So I went on a fact-finding mission. When in that trip to Israel, I found out a lot. It really threw me. I then understood, we're told that poverty is a reason for radicalisation and extremism. I met a community in total poverty being held down by the Palestinian Authority and then rewarding them. If you want to get out of this community, you go and kill an Israeli. And so I said to him, so if you go and kill a Jew, and he corrected me, said you go and kill an Israeli. And this was a fact, I didn't know any of these things. Yeah, I then looked into the Palestinian Authority, saw that our taxpayers fund them. I met Kay Wilson, Tao, who was attacked in a terrorist attack. I spent a week with her. I met a young Israeli Jewish girl who was dragged out of Gaza in 2005 against her wishes, against her family's wishes. They were dragged off their own land that they have lived on for generations by the IDF in what can only be described as appeasement, thinking you can appease and give them the Gaza Strip and then they'll stop killing. And they haven't stopped killing. I think the only language I understand the strength. So I've come here again on a fact-finding mission. In my first video I done, I went into South Tel Aviv. Remember, there's an accusation thrown. I get a lot of hassle for standing up for Israel. I get a lot of hassle from all directions. I don't get any benefit from it. I do it because it's the right thing to do. I do it because I see Israel as a beacon of democracy, surrounded by totalitarian Sharia-driven hellholes. Yeah, you're surrounded by 23 nations with total human rights violations, and the only place that people have freedom. I've just travelled to Jerusalem. The only place that Muslims can practice, Jews can practice, and Christians can practice freely their religion is in the State of Israel. Yeah, so that's what I've come here on a fact-finding mission. Again, I'm asking lots of questions. I can't believe that I found a community in Tel Aviv, Jewish people, who feel that their identity and their community is under threat from mass immigration from Sudan and Eritrea, because that is exactly how we feel back home. But there's an accusation that's thrown against Jews that they are the people orchestrating this. So then to stand with Jews in the State of Israel, who are facing the same problems that we're facing, identical, it was a surreal experience, and it was a great report for me to do. So, and then I went to the Nova Festival. I spent time with Thomas Hand to hear his story. I don't think that British journalists or European journalists have done enough to tell the horrors of actually October 7th and where this country is, and to understand what this country is surrounded by.
Can I take you up on that? Because from our perspective,
Yep.
you have had a very bad deal from the British press, but so has Israel. For 2 years, we've had the BBC, and particularly because I've been involved with this, Sky News UK, dumping down on Israel on a daily basis, virtually on an hourly basis. One of the words they never use is Hamas. One they never talk about are the crimes that Hamas have been committed in Gaza against their own people.
What they're doing now in
But
Gaza.
they're ignoring it. And what they have been doing in all their broadcasts, and I'm particularly involved with this with regard to Sky News UK, is every broadcast is absolutely not neutral, but anti-Israel. But the language they use and the language they don't use. Can you explain why they have come down on the side of Hamas, disguised as the Palestinians, because they never use the word Hamas?
Every British journalist has gone through the education system, the British university system. Every Islamic society and every British university has been controlled by Hizb ut-Tahrir for 2 decades. Iran's money, Qatar's money, and the alliance from the far left and the Islamists within the university system, which is producing a generation of journalists, of politicians who hate Israel. That's it. You're losing the propaganda war. And it is a propaganda war because it's all bullshit. So I've come here as a journalist to give my story to my British audience. And when I say a hostile minority have been given the streets of our capital city in the UK, not just the UK, it took 50 years to deny the Holocaust. It took a week to deny October 7th. It took a week, yeah, for the accusation. It took less than that. It took a week. So, as we've watched, every Western university, every Western capital city has been taken over by Hamas supporters, Palestinian supporters, Hezbollah supporters. We've watched as our government and our police have failed to deal with it or enforce the law. We've watched as our governments have submitted to it. In our last election, our whole election was about Gaza. We elected 5 pro-Hamas politicians. They've just been successful in making Birmingham a Jew-free zone for a football match. That is because of the elected politicians. Now, Labour lost part of the Muslim vote in that last election. How do Labour get that vote back? They've just recognised the Palestinian state. That is about appeasing a hostile Islamic supremacist community who wish for the total destruction of the Israel state. So, but I don't want Jews to think, or Israelis to think, that the British public buy that. The British public don't hate Jews, not from working class communities. We're not brought up to hate Jews. We're not. But the educated are. And the educated are the ones on Channel 4, on the BBC, coming out of universities with a vision that there's a genocide. You're seeing the radicalisation within the universities, the indoctrination, and you have indoctrination when there's no counterbalance or counter discussion. I've been censored I was censored for 5 years. Only in the last 2 years have I had my platform back. In the last 2 years, I've told the truth about things that are happening in Britain, things that are happening in Israel. We have progressed under United Kingdom. You saw our last demonstration on the 13th of September. That is the British public having their say. And their say is enough with the Islamic domination in our towns and cities and the surrendering by our politicians and our police forces to these hostile, violent extremists.
Tommy,
can I ask about you?
Yep. Sorry, if I could just jump in there.
Yep.
Jews in the UK have been very loud about their feelings towards you being here. What do you think the Muslim community in the UK is going to think about your trip to Israel? And some of the
I've
things-
probably just, I have probably just put the biggest target on my back by coming here. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, if as in violence, if Muslims, who are they going to target? All the politicians have security. Yeah, I don't have any security, so I've put a massive target and a risk on my back to come here, and I've come here to tell the truth. I don't really, if you haven't noticed, I don't care about what people say about me. I've lived under threat for 15 years. I'm coming here because it's the right thing to do. I'm coming here because I know the truth. I know there's not a genocide. I know that as far as a military force go, when you've got tunnels being dug under a hospital by an army who hide themselves within civilians, how do you deal with that? I watched the video from October 7th. I think the whole world should watch that video. So, yeah.
Can I ask about you? Let me ask one
Yep.
final question.
Yep.
You have built for yourself, for Britain, a massive following. Those of us over in Israel that saw that Flag Day in London, how many people were participating there?
Well, if you listen to the mainstream media, they'll lie to you, but their lies don't work anymore because they no longer control or have the monopoly over the public. If you look on our social medias, I can show you a video. There's well over 1 million people there. There's millions there. Yeah, that was the biggest demonstration in British history.
But surely, my main question is this, but then surely They should be utilised for political purposes to right the wrong that's going on in Britain. How are you going to do that?
It's already happening. Did you not watch the Labour conference where they're all waving the union flag? Have you not seen all the politicians now declaring that they're patriots? If you change the culture, you change the politics. We're changing the culture of British politics. That's it. It's happening. There is a mass wave coming, and Nigel Farage is the one surfing that wave at the minute. Reform will win the next election. But the change is coming because the public are awake. And the public were scared for 20 years or 30 years. They were scared to talk the truth. That's gone. The bubbles burst. You saw that on September 13th. Our next event will be bigger and louder.
I want to change the conversation a bit to you, yourself.
Yep. Attack the man, not the story. Yeah?
No. I don't want to attack anyone. And just for the record, before you jump down my throat, I'm an independent journalist. I pitched. I'm coming here tonight. That's why I'm writing for the Independent.
Okay,
I have not connected to what they published today.
I didn't even read what they published.
Okay, it's quite right. The pitch is basically: is Tommy Robinson good for Jews in the UK, and should Israel embrace Tommy Robinson? And I want to go back to. I mean, that's the gist. But I want to go into detail. You wrote in 1920. You wrote in 2022 your article, The Jewish Question, in which where looking back, maybe you'll recognise Jewish tropes, etc., etc. I mean, I can bring the quotes out if you want. What was the purpose behind the article of The Jewish Question? If I remember, you said that they had. I've got the quote here, but you've. There we go. Outsized control and influence over the media.
Keep
Outsized control and influence over the media. Now that is a anti-Semitic trope. And I want to understand where that comes from.
I'll tell you where it comes from. So I looked at Hollywood, where 98% of the donations of Hollywood go towards democratic causes. 50% of Hollywood is Jewish. And the Jews get blamed for all the problems coming out of Hollywood, And the Jews get blamed as though they're in control. So if the other 48% of the people in Hollywood are donating exactly the same political causes, is it because they're Jews or is it because of their political ideas? My belief is it's because of their political ideas. The Board of Deputies now who are attacking me, they're not attacking me because they're Jews. They're attacking me because they're political establishment figures. They're attacking me on behalf of...
You called them elitist woke.
They are elitist.
Jewish, elitist woke Jews.
They are elitist. It's the same as the British elite. The entire British elite condemn me.
But you understand when you add Jew to that, it can be misconstrued. Maybe. So
let's look at.
That's why you're going to get.
Let's look at which Jews have condemned me. Let's have a look. Yeah. Every one of them works for a mainstream British broadcaster or a newspaper. That's it. That is it. All the Board of Deputies who are in bed with the Labour government. That's it. Read the comments under any of their own newspaper articles. The public do not support them. They do not represent the British Jewish community. That's it.
So that brings me to the next question.
Yeah. I'm asking, that's a difficult... You see that question? That's a difficult question that needs answering, yeah? And it needs answering because there is a growing mass movement who blame the Jews for everything. Yes. And if you don't have the discussion and you counter it with the fact that the Board of Deputies do not represent British Jews...
No, but you're contradicting yourself. No. When you say they have an outsized control of influence over media and politics, you're basically repeating anti-Semitic tropes. The Jews do not. If the Jews controlled the media,
they're pretty shit.
Israel wouldn't be getting the shit that it's getting at the moment. It's a total myth.
I'm talking about organising. No, I'm repeating like organisations like the Board of Deputies who have tried to pass and want to pass the Islamophobia bill. Now, if the Islamophobia bill was successfully... No, but so the Board of Deputies want to pass an Islamophobia bill. If that bill was passed, we can't tell the truth about Islamic rape gangs. You probably couldn't tell the truth about October 7th. That's what they're trying to do. Is that on behalf of the British Jewish community? Because I know it's not. So don't blame the British Jewish community for it. It's elitist groups who work on behalf of the establishment who are doing it not for Jews. They're doing it for the establishment, for their causes, for their liberal causes. Yeah?
We can have a beer and talk about the leaders of the Jewish community in the UK because they are...
They're terrible. They're terrible. They're throwing the Jewish community under the bus and they're throwing Israel under the bus.
What makes Tommy Robinson more qualified to decide what is good for the Jewish community in the UK than the leaders of the Jewish community?
There's no time for weakness. Yeah, whether it be a British Jew or a British Christian or a British Hindu or a British Sikh, I'll stand next to them. And the Jews are going to be targeted. And I'm not going to stand by and watch them be targeted. I'm not going to stand by and watch them have to be driven out of their homes. The same way when the Hindus come under attack in Leicester, the first thing I done was bring up the Hindus and say, we stand with you. I'm going to show you a video tonight about a gentleman who was a friend of mine called Yisrael Shalom. Look him up, yeah? He contacted me in 2010 when he was being targeted in Newham because he was a visible Jew. He lost his driving licence, he started driving the streets. My response to him, when he reached out to me, I become good friends with him. I said, Yisrael, let me bring 50 men. That was my response. Let me bring 50 men to your house, and when they come next to your house, let us sort it out. Because he went to the police, he begged the police. He ended up, you're going to see a video of him, he ended up getting persecuted to death. What did the Board of Deputies do for someone like that? Do you know what he was advised? Move to a Jewish area. That's not a solution.
I'm no fan of the Board of Deputies. What?
I don't love it. I thought, do I love it? I don't want. Do you know what? I think I'll get deported for my comments on these. But look,
peanut flavored cheesy what's
no, look.
Not what you want.
I'll tell you what. I don't. I just think we should tell the truth. Yeah, British Jews are being forced to leave. That's what's happening, and Jews are going to have to be forced to leave Europe. That's what's happening.
10 years ago, the EDL.
Yes.
You have a history.
No, what's my history? 10 years ago in the EDL, we flew Rabbi Nachman Shifrim over from California to speak at our demonstration. From the start of the EDL, we had a Jewish division and we stood with the State of Israel from the start of the
leader of the Jewish division left.
Roberta Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a great lady.
She accused the organisation of being infiltrated by Nazis. That's why she claims she left the organisation.
Did you watch my speech why I left the organisation?
I know, but I watched your interview with Kissen, and you talked about it then.
Okay, so yeah.
But you were the founder, so there has to be some responsibility there.
No, there doesn't. No, because I founded an organisation and we battled. So as we founded an organisation, the media continually told the public it's a Nazi organisation. A nationalist organisation is always going to attract the good and the bad. Yeah, we had to clear out. It took us 2 years. Have you looked at the views of far-right Nazis on me? They hate me. I've had running battles, I've had physical fights. I have done more to tackle far-right Nazism than any left-wing anti-racist organisation in the country. We have physically battled them on the streets, okay? But the Jews, whether they like it or not, whether the representatives or the leaders of communities, they need friends, yeah? And I'm not going to remain silent.
So it's a question of choosing their friends. That's why I'm here, because I really want to understand, I want to learn more. Yeah. Last question, I'll let other people ask. You marched in Poland on Independence Day.
Yes. With
shouts of for a Jew-free, but chants for a Jew-free Poland.
There were 200.
And you then lauded the march and the day itself.
There was 250,000 people marching in Poland. Yeah. When you go to let's look at Old Trafford Football Stadium. There's 60,000 fans. There's 60,000 fans. There's 100 hooligans. Do you call the 60,000 hooligans? Or do you recognise that the 59,000, the rest of them, were all decent people there for the right cause?
Exact same argument. I'm a Celtic fan. I have been all my life.
Okay, you're a Celtic fan, and many Celtic fans hate Britain, burn the poppy, and mock Lee Rigby's death. Yeah, is that representative of all Celtic fans?
Absolutely not.
So should you be penalised for the behaviour of those minority of Celtic fans?
I shouldn't be penalised, but when you
but you support Celtic.
Yeah.
So you support Celtic. Okay. So is it fair? Am I allowed to go to a demonstration with 250,000 proud patriots? All the people I interviewed. Have you watched my video on it? The people I interviewed were decent people, family people. Yes. No one said anything racist. No one said anything extreme.
When you put your head above the parapet, you have to take the flag, which you do, and I commend you for that. But you have to come up with sound. Not excuses. People don't want excuses.
I'm not making excuses.
People want sound answers and responses to legitimate questions.
Okay, get the newspaper article up of the BBC reporting of the 250,000 Polish people. The same way it's unfair to smear all. No. I'm telling you. Get the article up, BBC. Google 60,000 Nazis. Yeah. That is what the BBC said about the majority of peaceful, decent Polish people. It's not fair when it happens to Polish people. It's not fair when it happens to Israel. It's not fair when it happens to Jews. It's not fair when it happens to us. That is unfair reporting. It's a misrepresentation of the truth. You've asked me a question about something I didn't see at a demonstration of a 250,000 people. So I'm there with a 250,000 people that goes for miles, and someone makes a comment, and somehow I'm responsible for the comment that one individual made.
Not responsible.
So what?
Put your head above the parapet.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so obviously you followed my history. You know where I stand on those issues. Yes. Yeah, I've put my neck on the line. I've put my reputation on the line. I've put my life on the line to combat those sorts of issues.
Why should the UK Jews trust you? That's all I want to know.
Why should they trust the BBC?
That's not really an answer.
Put my journalism next to the BBC's. Put what I say next to the BBC. The UK Board of Deputies still sit down with the BBC. Put my comments next to Labour's comments. The UK Board of Deputies still work with Labour. Put my comments next to any group. The UK Board of Deputies are still in bed with all these groups that hate Israel. They hate Jews. I don't hate Jews and I don't hate Israel. So I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect. I'm a normal working class man, but I do have influence within working class communities, and I don't want them to be radicalised with propaganda to hate Jews or hate Israel.
You made a point about football. So one final thing. You made a point about football.
Yes.
You mentioned Celtic and this.
Yes.
What's your opinion of the fact that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans cannot go to Birmingham to watch their team play Aston Villa?
It should be. Yeah, well, I think that what's happened with the football fans, it may be Aston Villa and Birmingham today. What about next when it's Heathrow Airport? Because that's the future. It may be a football stadium today. In the end, they'll say you're not safe to come to the airport. You're not safe to fly planes in from Israel. This is today, Birmingham today, every other city tomorrow. I think that the government need to intervene. I have made a comment saying I'm going there. I'm going there in no other capacity other than a journalist to show what it's like to be a Jewish fan coming from the state of Israel to a football match. I believe it's not right, and I believe that our government and our police force have essentially created a Jew-free zone in the city of Birmingham because they can't control what hostile violence is. And have you seen what the Islamic community is saying? It doesn't matter that the Jewish fans aren't coming, they're still coming to the stadium. They're going to try and attack your team. So yeah, anyway, who's next?
When you come back to England, what is your message to the British public?
Go and visit the state of Israel. It's a beautiful country. Go and speak to people on the ground. It's a wonderful country. And do not listen to the propaganda or the lies. That's my message. And my message is my journalism. Just watch the content. And if I find something that says the opposite, I'll show it. Yeah? But I'm asking questions. I'm here to ask questions. It's what a journalist does. I came here last time on a fact-finding mission. I'm also here to make friends because I understand that there's a battle coming for the whole of Europe. There's a battle coming for all of us. Islamic Jihad, the way it surrounds you now, it's going to surround all of us. It already has. We've got 40,000 British Muslims on a terror watch list. 5,000 Muslims done what they done on October 7th. We've already got an army within our borders. Yeah? And that goes for the whole of Europe. That's just Britain. So all of us, this battle is going to come for all of us. We all need friends, yeah? And we all need to align together. Everyone who supports Western civilization, everyone who supports democracy, everyone who supports freedom needs to be on the same playing field. They need to be together, yeah? That is the Israeli state. It is the political parties across Europe. The future belongs with borders. The future belongs to patriots, and it's about time those patriots unite together. I'm very blessed to be invited here by your government. I see strong leadership. Look. The future of European leaders, it's not Macron, it's not Keir Starmer, it's strong men. Donald Trump has shown that. I think Netanyahu has shown that. And I think that we need strong leaders, not weak leaders. Hi, how are you? What's your name? Benita?
My name is Yvonne. I'm from Channel 14.
Okay.
I want to know, you go to Judea and Samaria?
Tommy Mike, sorry.
Hi.
Sorry, I keep doing this. You're
going to get fired, mate.
Oh, sorry, mate.
No, it's okay. You're going to Judea and Samaria tomorrow, and I want to know what do you think about sovereignty?
What do I think about what?
Sovereignty. Not West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria.
It's Judea, Samaria, and it's the land of Israel.
Yeah? You're excited to go there?
I'm excited for every trip that I've done since I've been here. I'm finding out so much. I'm obviously very interested in this topic. Yeah, I'm excited to go there. I'm visiting your parliament tomorrow. I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
I'm excited for every trip. I've got a whole another week of full-time. Literally, I'm leaving at 6 in the morning, getting in at 11 at night. But I'm interested in what I'm finding, and I'm asking questions, and I'm doing it because I'm interested anyway. But I'm doing it as a journalist for a British audience, which I'm relaying back to the British audience what I find. So I find it fascinating, all of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Maybe one question just to clarify, I spoke to you earlier. You mentioned the piece that Channel 4 is doing, and you mentioned the Board of Deputies as well. Are you saying that Channel 4 and the Board of Deputies are coordinated on that piece?
I'm saying that the British establishment are coordinated with all of the mainstream media in the UK to attack me, to demonise me, to slander me, and they do not want any opposition voice to their agenda. What is their agenda? It's a pro-Palestine agenda, and they don't. I have a reach, which they don't like. I have a reach from my journalism. I have a reach on the streets of the UK. Rather than seeing Palestinian flags on the 13th of September, you saw 1 million patriots who do not hate Jews or hate Israel.
But just to go back to it, yes or no, are you saying that the Board of Deputies is working with Channel 4 in a piece that's going to paint you in a negative light?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Have you watched my documentary Panorama?
Not yet.
Okay, so please go and watch Panorama. So Panorama is the BBC investigative documentary maker. It's their main hit show. Yeah? It's their main hit show. I created a documentary. They were doing a documentary on me. I sent a girl undercover into Panorama, and I got them telling people what to say about me in a documentary. I got them making sexual allegations up about me in a documentary. All the things that we think about the fake news, I proved in a documentary. I released that documentary, it had 2 million views in 48 hours, and I was deleted off YouTube, deleted off Facebook, I was made a figure of hate, and I was criminally charged. Yeah? That is the British mainstream media. Channel 4 have come here. You've seen I've done lots of videos since I've come here. They could have come here and commented on my journalism. Yeah? They could have come here themselves and done some real journalism. They could have come here and told the truth about Hamas, about many issues that the state of Israel faces. Instead, they've come here with a pre-written article to attack me using the Board of Deputies again, an establishment organisation. Let's have a look who they're in bed with, the Board of Deputies. They're in bed with organisations who are calling from the river to the sea. They're in bed with a Labour government who've just recognised a terrorist state. That's who they work with. I don't work with someone who recognises a terrorist state, and I never will. I will never give any airtime or any effort or share a platform with any of these groups. So the Board of Deputies, unfortunately for them, do not represent British Jews. We've seen that by the reception I've received here. I know it by the reception I've received back home. And I think they're doing damage to the British Jewish community. The Jewish community need friends, and just because of accusations against me, I'm not going to walk away. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. All right, ready?
Off microphone. I want off microphone.
All right, we're going to put this, let's go put this back. Just put this back. That was the end of the press conference. We'll go put that there, and then we'll go, let's go to, do you know what she is? Yeah. Chuck your, just leave it. I've got it, Benji. Yeah.
Put it in the corner. That's it. You're not going with Tommy?
No, I just want to go and talk to her.
We come back in afterwards, right? I believe so, yeah. But there's a whole crowd of people there.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean. I did ask Dave. I don't know.
Oh, she's right out there.
Maybe.
That's all right, we'll
She
find
was
her.
sat at that table.
I know.
Yeah,
That's
why
fine.
she was at that
We'll
table.
find her. All good.
I think they've gone because I can't see the cameraman or the.
They might have gone out, that's all fine. Yeah, they were talking to people. I might stay here so we can talk to people coming in. Yeah. He's gone out there. All right. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Make sure to like. Help the algorithm. Let's make this big. Let's share it. People are about to come into the event. So it's supposed to start in about 13 minutes. The door is shut, packed with people out there waiting to get in. We'll talk to them as they start to come in. So we've got a minute or so. Remember, this is for TommyInIsrael.com. If you support the front row seat to Tommy's tour here, so not the BBC or Sky or any other fake news networks like that Channel 4 report, not like any of that. If you appreciate the truth, then please consider chipping in to help us cover the costs of getting here to do this journalism, this real journalism. TommyInIsrael.com. None of this was possible without your help. Like I keep telling people, no, we don't get $7,000 a post. We get no government money from any government, not even Israel, not Australia, no government. And I like it that way. That way we can be independent, and we're only held accountable to the truth and to our viewers. So TommyInIsrael.com. If you support what we do, help us financially pay for it. All right, well, I think there's people coming in any minute. I might just talk to...
You sure you don't want to go out to talk to people?
No, you're not going to get out. I don't want to get stuck in that.
Is there an exit?
Hey, what'd you say?
Is there an exit?
How you doing? No.
Anything not alcoholic.
We're on music.
Yeah, wait. I think people are coming in now.
Don't put music on. Copyright stuff's going to kill us.
Sure you want to go outside?
We're just going to go out here.
Go. Let's find a way to get to the bar. Maybe
What is that?
We go to the bar area.
Okay, yeah, I'll go there. I've got to get out because I don't want to be stuck with the music.
Yeah.
Come. I'm going to go out. I'm going to talk to you. Aiden, he went out here. All right, let us out. Sorry, guys. Come. How you going? How you going, guys? Come. How you going, guys? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? What brings you here tonight?
Tommy.
Tommy. Why Tommy? What do you love about Tommy?
I think he's a strong voice. You know, he's a light for a resistance power, and he's an encouragement. You know, there is hope in the end of this tunnel.
Reflect everything that we believe in. We reflect everything that we believe in.
Well, I keep hearing journalists ask him in there, but what about the Jewish Board of Deputies? They say he's not a real journalist. They say that he's full of hate.
Again, sorry, again.
Slowly in Temanit. No, are you Temanit? So the journalists that are here keep asking him about what the Jewish Board of Deputies, so the establishment leadership in Britain, who doesn't like Tommy Robinson. So they keep asking him, but what about them? Why should Jews support you when the Jewish leadership says you're evil?
They're scum. That answer is they don't represent anyone. They're proper scum. They're not Jewish at all. They're ginos, as Ben Shapiro said. Ginos being Jews in name only. They're not really, they're scum. I don't know any Jew that supports the Board of Deputies. They're not voted by anyone. They're proper scum, and no one in England likes them. And most English Jewry will support Tommy over those idiots who got Tommy chucked out of the rally. Do you remember? They chucked him out, those pieces of... They don't represent anyone. Gideon Falter, he's chucked out of that rally. Oh no, woe to me, woe to you. What are you doing there? You're the idiot who chucked Tommy out of the rally. You should go home. Proper scum, so don't worry about Board of Deputies. No one likes them, and I can't... Verba, I went to shul with him. Let me tell you. Verba, Richard Verba, he's like United Senator. He imported in the Syrian refugees. He did a Syrian refugee program to pull them in, and guess what happened? We had Manchester. We had Manchester because of that idiot. All right, sorry. All right.
Avi, thanks for all you do, man.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
Oh, God, I can hear that all day.
Robinson. I'm from Liverpool, but I live here many years, and I just adore Tommy Robinson and your work. It's so precious. Followed all the events and all the rallies.
Thank you.
And I wish that Tommy will succeed.
I love you.
And we'll get the help to save the UK from all this crazy stuff going on. Yes. Well done. Can I give you a hug? I watch you.
You're originally from the UK. You said Liverpool.
I'm from Liverpool originally.
So how do you?
This is my ex-husband. And
This is
he
your
also
ex-husband,
supports, yeah.
and you're hanging
And
out
my
together.
daughter.
This is lovely.
Yeah, my daughter, and this is his girlfriend, Michal.
Amazing.
And I got Vardy to join in about Tommy Robinson and the awareness with all the rallies in London that went from like 20,000 to like over 2 million. And he is just remarkable, and we support him fully,
So all the
we appreciate his work and his all the support for Israel, and we hope that it will help UK to get rid of the Islamophobia.
It's a get rid of the Islamophobia, and his solution to getting rid of the Islamophobia is get rid of the jihadists. I got you. I'm on to you. How do you feel about the fact that journalists here from Channel 4 coming up and asking him about the fact that the Jewish Board of Deputies say he's not good, he's no friend to the Jews, and they're using this so-called leadership of the Jewish community to demonize him?
Well, because they just don't know enough. It's just ignorance all over again and prejudice. So if they've got some sort of agenda, then to hell with them, you know, because we're finding the truth out day after day, and you can see the proof of it by the fact that Tommy is getting more and more support. So more and more support from the UK and from Israel now is going to succeed. It's going to be the best, the Tommy Robinson of Israel.
There you go. You had that. How you doing?
Good. Avi, man.
Where
Okay,
Avi. What do you mean?
Go on. Avi. It's 130,
Okay,
man.
I just
love
need
you,
the
bro.
name. Hold on.
130, man. Look in the photo, man. Fucking geezer, man. I love your work.
1 second. Just.
I love your work, man.
Let's go, let's go. Eleanor's coming right now. I want to get some. We're going to get drinks. Where's your run?
You're English, you're British. If there's a chance to be able to speak to him at some point, I know he's busy, I know it's almost impossible. Just
Come to where I'm standing at the end and I'll try.
Have a picture with
Just
you.
give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. 1 second. Oh. Hey, I know we talked about it, but the girl from Channel 4, I looked it up, Bushra Sheikh, have you ever confronted her?
No, I haven't. I don't know who she is.
So that,
She
isn't
doesn't
that,
work- she doesn't work for Channel 4.
No, she was. But that's
Can I just
isn't
tell
that
you
isn't that
something?
weird that you don't know who Bushra Sheikh
no,
is?
it isn't.
She was celebrated
I
on
don't
Channel 4.
work
You guys
for-
promoted her. She's a vile anti-Semite. You guys gave her a platform, but instead you come to Israel to target Tommy Robinson, who's a supporter of Jews. Have you no shame? You don't even know Bushra Sheikh. She is a vile anti-Semite that you guys gave a platform, celebrated red
Can I
carpet.
say something?
Channel 4, you said.
I work for ITN, which produces a news program for Channel 4.
So you're distancing yourself from Channel 4.
No, I'm telling you who I report for. I report for Channel 4 News.
So the guys that use your news.
It's a program which is broadcast on Channel 4. It's called Channel 4 News, and it's produced by a production company called ITN, and that is who.
I get it. You're distancing yourself from Channel 4,
Just
but
for your
why?
information.
No, but you know, yeah, you don't make that program. That's very funny. Good on you.
Is Yankee here?
Come on, 1 second, guys. Come here. Come round. This is my sister, guys, on the live feed. Come on, come round. Done. לא, אני צריך להכניס את היא כן, אחותי
הבנתי, אין בעיה.
אתה יכול
רק לא לצלם פה בכניסה, זה יוצא בבלגן, תעשו בפנים.
אתה יכול להכניס אותה?
מאמין שתיכנס, למה שהיא לא תיכנס?
היא באה יושב, כן, היא רשמה איתי, היא צריכה להיות
אין בעיה, איש יקרי, תיכנס.
I'm trying. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to help my sister out, and it's caught on live stream where I'm trying to help my sister out. How you going, guys? What brings you here?
We're from Canada.
Canada?
I'm a soldier.
You're a soldier. Do you want to be on camera? No, so come on.
Probably not good for Canadian.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to leave it to. Don't get him on camera. Sorry, it's live, so I'll do my best.
Huge fan.
Thank you, mate. Oh, there we go. You got in.
Happy birthday.
I just want to say thank you for what you do.
Thank you, brother. You can go all the way to the front.
No one asked us for our gun license. That's absolutely
He's not far right. Stop it.
I appreciate
Right in the middle. Bang in the middle.
How are you?
Oh, how you doing?
Good. It's so good to see
You
you.
a long time.
I
How you
know,
doing? How
and-
things have changed in. Because back then
2019, we hung out before the world imploded in COVID.
before the world imploded and before Tommy Robinson could attract this in Tel Aviv.
This is insane. When I got an email after Shabbat that the event exploded to over 1,000 people. I was like, I'm so happy that Israel is coming out to show Tommy that we support him and we love him and we appreciate what he does and what
in
you
the
do.
heart of Tel Aviv.
In the heart of Tel Aviv. It's amazing. And everybody donate to Avi's fundraiser for covering Tommy because we need people out there covering Tommy.
Hey, TommyInIsrael.com.
TommyInIsrael.com, that's right. and we're all here for it. So thank you so much.
Enjoy the show
Good.
tonight.
I just came to say hi. I didn't know it would be like on camera.
Oh,
But
this is live, mate. You're live. There's thousands watching. How you going?
Can I ask you a question off camera?
It's all on camera. So.
Okay. Okay.
So you only watch the first part of it. You got to watch the follow-up at the end.
Okay. All right.
We're ready. Just did it. Guys, just get a load of this. That's just the size of the line, just to get an idea how much Tel Aviv, Israel is coming out for the one and only Tommy Robinson. How you going, boys?
Good.
We're good.
I saw you like debate Muhammad Hijab once. You're from Australia.
Many years ago, yes.
We're big fans.
Thank you. So why are you here tonight?
To see Tommy Robinson, to hear what he has to say. Yeah.
How long have you known Tommy Robinson for?
A year.
So you knew since October 7th?
No, since he's back on X, I've been following him.
So you never followed him back?
No,
I think I did. I saw that he like a long time that he came out with some movie about about the immigration in Britain, and then they took it down. And I kept on looking for the movie. I couldn't find it anywhere because they took it down.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good
Pleasure
night.
to
Time
meet
tonight.
Good night.
Thank you. Hold on, brother.
Avi, I was just watching the live stream on the way here.
Oh, is it a good live stream?
Amazing live stream. You're giving it to the mainstream media. I love it.
TommyandIsrael.com. Actually, no. I followed up the Channel 4 because I couldn't remember the girl's name, and I know that they invited this full-blown.
They chased you guys all the way out here to the middle of a genocide war zone. I can't believe it. I'm really shocked.
Yes. Absolutely. Anyways, what brings you here tonight?
Well, I heard that Tommy's in town, and I've really appreciated him standing up, not just for Israel, but for the Western world, Western civilization, especially since October 7th. He's like totally come out and just been a staunch Zionist, and I personally wanted to see if there was a chance to say hi to him today, say hello, say thank you, and listen to what he has to say.
And I know you're one of those self-identifying white colonizers.
Yes, absolutely. I'm guilty as charged, as you can see by my precious porcelain skin. Very white, very colonizer.
Guys, where can people find you? Because you do actually make really good content. I see your debates. Sometimes I watch, I go, oh, I wish I had those facts on my side. And the wit and the quickness to bring them up. Where can people find you?
The Traveling Clad on any social media platform. And I have to say, it is the biggest honor in the world to hear that from you. I've been watching you for probably like 8 or 9 years, since I was a kid. When I just first started becoming a YouTuber, I was doing travel videos before I did any of this advocacy stuff. So it's the biggest compliment in the world to receive that from you, Avi, really.
Well, you deserve it. Like, come on, your content speaks for itself. The numbers, the views, the likes, people are sharing it because it's resonating with a lot of people. People are hearing just your plain, simple, sensible answers to the most outrageous shit.
What I say is, you and we are sort of walking contradictions to the whole pro-Palestine, ultra-leftist, the whole combination that's happened, communist. We are walking examples of what contradicts it. And my mission, my goal is we need to platform as many Jews, as many Israelis that look like me and you right now, get us out there in the forefront, because you see the numbers that I get on my YouTube channel, my social media, it literally proves the point. People are learning so much. People don't know about Mizrahi Jews. They don't know the actual genocide and ethnic cleansing our people went through in the Middle East. Nobody knows about it. So that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, mate. Have a good night.
Appreciate you, Avi.
We need to catch up for a proper beer.
We will, absolutely.
TommyandIsrael.com's working me like a dog.
TommyandIsrael.com.
I love it.
I've been listening to you all week saying it.
Yeah, there you go. Drilling it in your head. Good to see you, mate. There you go, guys. Look, I think the event was supposed to start at 9 o'clock. It's 9:03 now, and there's still a massive line. Is someone waiting for me?
I just want to say hi.
Oh, how you doing? I can hear him.
Aussie.
Where?
Sydney.
Sydney, all right.
I know.
We'll let you get away with it. You live here, or you?
Yeah, made Aliyah 3 years ago. Very intrigued by Tommy. Been following you throughout the war, and just wanted to say a big hi, and I'm a big fan.
And where in Israel? Are you from around here, around Tel Aviv?
I live in Givatayim. My dad's originally Israeli. My family's from Iraq. So a lot of what you do resonates with me a lot. And yeah, it's been great. Moving to Israel, this is our home, this is where we belong.
How do you feel seeing what's been happening since October 7 in Australia?
Appalled. I mean, I can't say I'm that shocked, sadly. But, you know, I think there's a lot of misinformation. I think the community has stayed pretty strong coming out against it, but I think a lot of people have waned with their support of Israel as well, which is a bit sad to see. Hopefully now things will shift a bit, but I don't know what they will shift towards, you know. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right, enjoy the show.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
I just want to do a selfie with the most successful Yemeni person after Dana International.
No, isn't what was the original Temani singer? Yeah,
Zar.
Zargov.
Zar after Zar. Can I do it selfie?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your.
I love the hair. It just like reminds me of all my cousins. 100%. How you going, guys? How you doing? There we go. Another Brit. Is that another Brit? No?
American.
American. Oh.
Australian.
Aussie. Where are you from?
From Sydney. Lived here for 30 years already. I want to invite you down to the OTEF, to Gaza Envelope. How long are you here for?
We've spent a lot of time there. We've got another week or so packed out, and I'm covering Tommy.
I know, but I can't. I mean, I know it's running, but we're training all the civilian first responders down there.
Do you want to send me Aviv Rebel News? Send me avi@rebelnews.com. Send me a thing. I'll take a look at it.
Message you on Instagram. That's all right, that's my son. But take my card.
Don't message me on Instagram.
No,
I don't read that.
Take my card so you have it.
Thank you.
Centre for Protection of the Jewish People.
God bless you.
It's a big
God
thing.
bless. All right.
Avi@rebel.
If you don't know the end of that, you're done.
I'll send it to him. He knows. He's
Avi at Rebel News.
Avi, one for the lads.
Come on,
One
come
for
on,
the
come on.
lads.
One for the lads.
Stormers.
You need to put that there when you. Okay, this is Tommy Robbins. Sorry.
Hello, where are we sitting? There are no seats.
There are no seats left.
Like
There's
at
a,
the
go to the
front.
the reserve. They're all gone.
Gone. The people just lifted it up and went. Where are you?
This is Israel. I'm not sitting. I'm standing on the side. We're covering it. Everyone, this is my sister. All right, my sister's gonna say hi.
Hi guys.
Are you excited to be here? Are you here for
Very
Tommy
excited.
or?
I'm here for Tommy all the way.
What do you like about Tommy?
Just kidding. I don't know. I haven't met him yet.
You will meet him. So like all my siblings have met Tommy. You're the last one in Israel. Oh no, Emma hasn't met him. My mum hasn't met him either. So you've been busy. I'm sorry. And you missed my birthday because my sister's...
We've got a present for you in the car.
You got a present in the car.
We have a
All right,
present
maybe
in
let's
the car.
leave.
You'll be happy with this present.
Where's the gun? Can we see? Oh, can we show people? Like, look, get a zoom of that. See, this is how my sister walks around. That is what I love about Israel. Jews are not afraid.
He's jealous.
I am jealous.
A little jealous.
I would love to be able to walk around like that in Australia. And the thing is, I probably need it as much as you. Anyways,
Probably more.
I'm going to talk to people. Go find. So you'll see. I'm going to be on the left side.
What does VIP mean? You got me VIP ticket. What does
Come
VIP
with us.
mean?
Come with us there. I got a VIP. I got my sister VIP, but nobody understands.
There's no
this.
VIP.
Just want to say hi to you.
How you doing?
And happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you coming with?
Thank you so much for what you're doing, man.
Thank you,
You're the
brother.
best.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Really enjoy your work. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you local?
I am now, yeah.
Where are you from originally?
Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, American. You made Aliyah?
Yeah, a very long time ago.
Oh, okay. So, how do you feel seeing this kind of support for Tommy? Like, are you a new Tommy supporter or
I've
not?
known about him for a long time, and I've always appreciated the fact that he's been willing to stand up for what he thinks is right, and particularly in an atmosphere like England, where there are a lot worse consequences for standing up and saying what you really think than there are in America. It shows he's got a lot of guts.
Did you expect this kind of turnout?
I had no idea what to expect. I thought it was going to be like maybe 50, 75 people. I had no clue what, the venue was like. And then I stopped by and got something to eat on the way, and they were like, yeah, that place can hold like several thousand people. Then I realized, all right, he's got a lot more support than even I thought.
Yeah. Good luck. Enjoy the night, mate.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's keep talking. How you doing, man? Excuse me, mate. Are you filming me? How you doing?
You fucking hero, man.
You
Love
local?
You so much. Love you so much. Love what you do. And I'm here from Tel Aviv, originally from up north. And I came here to support Tommy Robinson. We love what Tommy Robinson does. I've been following him, I think, literally since day one of October 7th. And he's been a staunch supporter of Israel. He's been always on our side. And he just has this moral clarity that you don't see everywhere. And it's inspiring to see, and it gives me hope that Western civilization still has a chance and I came here to support it. And love Tommy, love Avi Amini. Subscribe, go to Tommy Robinson, he's in Israel.
Tommy in Israel. I love it, everyone.
TommyInIsrael.com. Do it. Help them be here. These guys are great and they're doing an amazing job letting you know what's going on. Thank you so much.
And what's your message to Tommy haters?
Stop. I don't have a message of hate. I just have a message of...
We love you, Tommy. We love you, Tommy. We do. Oh, Tommy, we love you. Tommy, we do. We love you,
What's happening?
We do. We love you, Tommy.
Hi.
We do.
Okay, amazing. Hi.
Oh, Tommy.
As an American.
Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy Robinson.
There you go. Listen, I remember the days when it was just in, I guess, the streets of London, or, you know, when he got locked up, it was Melbourne, Perth, Brisbane, around Australia, where we had to rally people for Tommy. But it wasn't ever in my wildest dreams going to be Tel Aviv, the heart of the liberal Tel Aviv in Israel, where people be chanting Tommy.
As an American, I love Tommy Robinson. I think whatever happens to the Western countries happens worldwide. So as an American, I think everyone should support Tommy Robinson. Woo! That's all I gotta say.
There you go, mate.
How are you doing, man? It's good to see you.
Good.
Welcome.
British?
Yeah, from London originally.
How do you feel about the fact that the journalists that have come here, so I don't know if you saw the live stream, caught it, but journalists that came from Britain, Channel 4, for example, are quoting the Jewish Board of Deputies and trying to demonise Tommy Robinson, saying that the Jewish leadership, your leadership, says he's not who you think it is.
Yeah, it's classic. I just want to emphasise that the Board of Deputies and these so-called Jewish leadership organisations do not represent necessarily all the British Jewry. We're lots of supporters of Tommy Robinson, and I actually would want to apologise to Tommy Robinson. I think he's been mistreated significantly by these so-called leaders of the British Jewry, the Board of Deputies, people like that. And I think he's not been given a fair trial, and I really think that he's a true ally and that he deserves our respect and our support, and we really appreciate him being here. I'm really happy he's here.
They'll be watching this for sure. Okay. What would you say to them?
I would say that to be as open-minded towards Tommy Robinson as they are to people, let's say, on the political left. I don't think that you've given Tommy Robinson a fair trial. I think you should give opportunity, maybe speak to him, maybe open a conversation with Tommy Robinson, invite him to a conversation and speak to him. I think that he really is a true ally, and we shouldn't be quick to besmirch someone because of maybe aspects of their past that we overgeneralize to, or that we maybe don't agree with every aspect. So just give him a fair trial and be honest, intellectually honest about everything that he has said and does say.
Thank you,
brother. I love it.
Thank you.
Wait, can you ask me a question?
I've run out of questions. I gave it all to that guy.
Avi, why aren't you interviewed? Do you want me to interview you?
What is that? Yes, let's get a photo. I have a break from the questions for a minute. What's your favourite thing about Tommy Robinson?
Oh my God, everything. He's Sagittarius.
How tall he is?
Well, he's Sagittarius.
Because I'm Sagittarius.
It's the only one I know.
I really want to be, but he stopped drinking.
Why'd you stop drinking?
I've got to tell you something. I'm a big fan of yours. I just want to tell you. I don't know what to say.
Well, you're going to
I just want to tell you I'm a big fan of yours. I follow you all the time.
Thank you. Have you met my brother-in-law?
No, but
yeah, my brother-in-law.
Big fan of yours. I just wanted to
This is
say.
my brother-in-law. Look how good-looking my brother. I just want people to understand how beautiful my brother-in-law is.
Thank you.
And the thing
now
is,
you know?
his only problem is he's about Tommy Robinson's height. He's a midget.
And you.
But it's all right. We're Yemenites. It's fine. Dio, I get it. You're armed, but relax.
These people want to see you.
Oh, sorry. How are you doing?
Hi, thank
How
you
you
for
doing?
everything that you're doing. You're great. We love your content on YouTube.
Why are you here tonight?
Oh, we're here to see Tommy. We love Tommy as well.
How long have you been following Tommy?
I don't know, a year. I don't know. I don't remember.
Years. I've been following Tommy for years, but ever since he got out of jail last time, like tenfold, much more. I'm trying to donate to be a part of the cause. I see many people trying to help, and basically him and also you. I've been following you for years. You do everything right with everything that not even BBC, but the mainstream media need to be more like you. not even right, just more show what's
More
real.
common sense. We need
Yeah.
more common sense. More.
You're
truth.
amazing.
Thank you, but are you surprised by the numbers here tonight?
No.
Not really. I think
Not even.
It could be more. There should be more.
I expected thousands, but I have no idea what, I mean.
There's a big line, I think I don't know
There's
how
a big
many.
line and it's packed inside, yeah. I'm not surprised at all. Like almost everybody I know. Like I'm waiting for a picture with Tommy. And can I pick? Can I take a picture?
100%. Why is there no protest here? Like if this happened in Melbourne, there'd be mass.
Because we
There'd be a
love you
riot
guys.
riot
Like,
on the street.
Whatever you see on Arutz 12 and everything is just for show. It's not. The majority of people are not like that.
But this is Tel Aviv. It's no secret. Is a left-wing city.
I don't live in Tel Aviv though.
No, but why is there no protest here?
Because most people are not idiots, and the ones that are don't care as much. And we don't have a lot of Muslims here in Tel Aviv.
They're preoccupied. They're protesting other stuff. And wait, we have a ceasefire in protest. We're not protesting right now. We got.
Oh, there's a break in protesting. There's
You
no
have to
protest.
wait.
It's Saturday night. There's usually in Hostage Square. There's not.
Yeah, because
Is
we
this
got
the first one that's
hostages
done?
back, so we're not protesting now, but soon they will protest again. It's going to be against Bibi because he is to blame again. So they're going to renew the protest soon.
Tommy seems to like Bibi. Do you agree with him on that one?
That's a tough question. Bibi does a lot of good things. He does some questionable things, and it's hard to tell because the media is so much propaganda. It even affects me, which I'm a right winger, but it still influences me so much that I can't tell if Bibi is.
Yeah, well, the problem was Bibi was part of the problem, but now he's a part of who fixes everything. Without, I mean, partially like Trump, without Bibi, this world would look very, very different. So we appreciate the fact that he's here, but it's also a problem because he was a part of the problem. So a lot of people don't know exactly what to think, but yeah.
He's definitely a statesman. He's definitely strong.
Sure.
He's definitely,
Sure.
he's probably the most hated man on the planet right now in the world. I can tell you, I live out there.
I mean, the way he led this war, I don't care if he's hated, but the next few years are going to be much more quiet thanks to him. Past it is what it is. It is what it was. Hopefully the next few years are different. But yeah.
All right, guys.
Eternal, mates. Absolutely.
You enjoy it?
Absolutely. All the way.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Is the feed all good? Is it all right? How you doing?
I saw you in Melbourne.
I saw you in Melbourne. No, there we go.
I had a beer with you at your pub event.
Okay,
Oh,
Good man.
I need another one.
Can I get a picture to you, Avi, as well, mate?
No, you're all right. You're all right.
Thank you.
All good.
Take a picture, mate.
Yeah, 100%.
My brother lives in Melbourne.
Did you take a picture of me?
Show me your phone.
Oh,
man.
Mate, what is this?
Yeah, picture with you.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, you've been like the politest on the side there.
Thank you, mate. Love what you do.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Let's go.
My mate over there. He wants to be.
I'm waiting.
This is meant to be about Tommy Robertson. I get it that I'm bigger and taller and.
But he's not here yet.
Did you get it? Yeah, I got it. Thank you, mate. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Hey, thank you.
Kevin, take a picture. Take a picture of Avi with me.
I need to get back to my job.
Thanks, Avi.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Avi is going to take a picture. Hey.
My camera.
Thanks, Avi.
Okay.
Great.
Where's?
Yeah, go on, What's your stuff? Great stuff.
Just want to say what's up.
How you going? Where am I looking? All right.
This one's
You got it? He locked you out. Look at this guy. You're fired, mate.
It's your fault. You're fired.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
This is the longest photo I've ever had.
Thank you for
All right,
I watch you on
thank you.
YouTube. You are awesome.
Where are you from?
I'm from England, but I live here. But you are amazing.
Thank you.
You have balls.
Okay. Or lack of seichel. Whatever.
No, but you really do. I think you're awesome.
Look, there's a lot of Brits here tonight. There are
This
heaps.
is a British thing. This is very nice.
There are
He
heaps.
loves you.
There are heaps of Brits here tonight. Are you British as well?
I'm married to him.
You don't necessarily have to marry a Brit. It could have been an Israeli. Who knows? But the Channel 4 journalist sticks out in my mind. She came here armed with questions that the Jewish Board of Deputies says that Tommy Robinson is not who you say he is, and that he's no friend to the Jewish community. Firstly, how do you feel about the Jewish Board of Deputies on this campaign to try demonise him, and the fact that the mainstream media who hates Israel?
David!
I think we can't stick in our echo chambers. You've got to go and listen. You've got to experience. You've got to hear what people got to say, and go from there. Yeah, everyone's had their opinion, but we can't. I'm very anti the cancel culture.
I'm coming for a good night. You laugh.
You're here for a laugh?
Everything a picture, so life's too short.
Are you going to heckle him? I might.
I really liked your video heckling that ABC journalist.
Heckling? I was just asking questions.
Okay, but it was really good. It was really needed, and because these people have been getting away with so much with their reporting, and it's nice to see somebody getting in their face and challenging them because nobody else is challenging them. So congratulations and keep doing it.
Thank you. Well,
are you staying with Tommy the whole time he's here?
Yeah. I'm with him.
Are you guys coming out to the West Bank at all?
I don't know. I'm not actually involved in any of the scheduling. I'm just like attached to him, and then I'm just covering it.
It's like I see the videos going up. I'm watching them on his YouTube channel, and I'm like, oh shoot! If I only had known he was going to be there. So because I drove an hour and a half to get here tonight, so it's been nice.
So you're from the.
I live in Neve Daniel in Gush Etzion.
Gush Etzion. Well, we heard today in the conversation we're not allowed to call it the West Bank, and
I know I didn't know what.
And Tommy doesn't call it the West Bank anymore. He calls it. Well, he never did. He says it's Judea and Samaria.
Right.
He's become. You know what? I think watching him on the ground here, I feel like he's got not that it sounds possible, but he's become even stauncher in his position on Israel because he's realize like you can't. I think being outside of Israel, you can't help. No, but even if you supported Israel before, like a lot of people who did, then over time they wear you down. Somebody tells you, screams at you.
Oh, his strength is amazing.
But now he's come back here, and he's seen it
again. He was here 2016, right? And I saw his video that he made here, and he understood what was going on here as well. But it's like even more so now, especially when you come and you see and you're shown around and you see what like goes on firsthand. It's a whole different ballgame. It's like the perspective, whatever perspective you had before is like reinforced now, and he's such a strong person. It's amazing. So.
Thank you. How you going?
Shavua Tov.
Shavua
Nice to meet you,
Tov.
Shlomo.
Where are we from?
Big fan.
Where are we from?
I'm from Beit Shemesh, originally from New York. Made Aliyah in 2008. This is my nephew, Donnie. Big fans of Rebel News and Tommy Robinson. We love what he stands for, his freedom.
Have you been a long-term fan of Tommy, or is it something new?
Yeah, I followed him in the insanity of the non-freedom in England, and I think he should come here to Israel for an asylum.
There we go.
Read the fine print out loud.
Yeah, I got you. Are you surprised to see these numbers here for Tommy Robinson in the heart of Tel Aviv?
When they said it was in Tel Aviv, I was shocked because the last time I went to go see Douglas Murray and Ben Shapiro in Jerusalem, so that was at the Binyanei HaOmah, so that made more sense. Tel Aviv, I didn't know that you had such a big group of freedom seekers. It's a pleasure. The last time I was here was when Moshe Feiglin was here with the Zehut Party, which was also for libertarian values. And it's amazing to see people coming out here. I'm so happy to see normal Israelis like that know what freedom is. Like, hello, stop voting for the same politicians. Vote for something more freedom, libertarian.
You're Israeli libertarian. There we go.
Israeli libertarian. First of all, I wanted to say it's great to meet you in person. I've been following you. I've been following Rebel News for I think a decade at least, and it's great to see this event happening. I've been familiar with Tommy Robinson ever since I heard of the Islamic gang in Britain, and it's great to see this collaboration between Jews who are blamed for all this garbage happening here in Tel Aviv. Yeah. Amazing, yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers, Avi.
How you going, mate? You good?
Good. I saw you in 2022. You came to the UK. You had the St. George's Kivara. Remember that?
It's 2022.
Tommy marches. Yeah. I've been following Tommy since like 2000, since Lee Rigby when that happened, probably like 2013 or something like that. I'm from Birmingham. Made Aliyah like 4.5 years ago, and it's so amazing just to see like normal supporters, people that you.
Has there been a shift in British Jews in the base in supporting Tommy?
The Jews that I speak to, it was very frustrating growing up and having arguments like defending Tommy Robinson, and everyone's bashing him, calling him far right, all this kind of stuff. But now that you're here, it just seems to have changed a lot. And I think that it feels like there's a swing because everyone can see what he's doing and he's right.
And he's been right the whole time. They're just catching up.
Yeah.
I think the October 8 Jews have realised it.
I think when you come from places like Birmingham and other places that aren't in the London bubble, you don't see it as much. So then when when they get very exposed to it after October 7th, then they get to see it and they wake up. So I think that's what's happening. It's good to be here, to see everything, yeah.
Amazing.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Well done. Guys, the show's in there.
Jake Levant, his brother, Mason.
Holy shit, he looks the same! Oh my God! Ezra Levant's brother looks exactly the
I'm just
same.
coming to give you a big hug.
Oh my
We're very
God.
proud. We're just doing screenshots out.
Hold on, hold on. I'm getting strangled by
All right, my
your brother. Just strangled me. I'm getting a pay rise. Can you tell him to give me a pay rise?
He's a little bit late in the park. It's like he's losing weight. Let's get this guy bumped up after that workout.
Holy God, how fun is this? God bless. I hope you enjoyed the live stream, Ezra.
Thank you.
Hold on, okay, all right. That was just my boss's brother.
Thank you.
This is Ezra's. Oh, yeah, Ezra's nephew.
Yeah.
I had no idea he had like from
I love your videos. I love your videos.
Amazing. Look at this.
Well done, Avi.
Thank
Love
you.
what do.
Thank you.
I need, look, have you seen my dress?
So I take it you're pro-Palestinian?
Just, yeah, absolutely. I've seen you with Tommy, and I love what you're doing. And we love Tommy.
Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the show. All right, where are we?
Yeah.
Life feed going well?
Yeah.
I'm already tired and it hasn't even started. Let's talk to people.
Just make sure you get the small print of here. It says,
Yeah,
"Per
make sure because
freedom."
this can't even get banned now. It's
Just
safe
read-
and effective.
It says, "Per freedom, safe and effective."
You know who this is?
Make Israel great.
Who?
Take a guess. Who does she look like? Once wolf, always a wolf. She's a wolf.
Oh, is that Wolf? Ah, yeah, it's so
Well
funny.
done, Mitch. She's the oldest.
Ah, how funny.
She's like Ashley.
I don't remember me, but
Someone wanted a photo.
there are a lot of people want a photo. I've done it.
No, I'm taking a photo with you.
For my,
All right, let's do it, and we've got to continue
I used to
interviewing.
babysit you, okay?
Did you used to? Was I you used to babysit
I
me?
literally used to babysit you.
Was I like a good babysitter? Because I was
you
a
were always on the right side of history.
Really, as a
Always.
kid.
As a kid, even.
I faked to faint. How old was I? Do you remember that?
No, in my mind, you're always a mature little way. Here you go.
There you go. Thank you.
I needed to come over. I first came across you when you did the Australia salon.
Okay, so a couple of months ago, where have you been? Under a rock?
I know. But I thought your coverage was absolutely amazing. I just wanted to say
I
hello
love
and
you're
well done.
here with your British
Well,
flag.
I thought if I had a St George's flag, I thought it would be a bit more appropriate. But yeah.
So you're obviously British. You live here.
Been living here since 2009. Haven't regretted it. Like the best decision of my entire life.
Have you been a Tommy fan for years, or is this something new?
I haven't. It is something new. Not that I held strong. This just seeing the UK go in decline as it is now. It's like something that it's like the world has to open their eyes up to. That's where I'm at. And we need more people like Tommy to be speaking publicly about the situation in the UK, about what's going on again with radical Islam. Like it's enough's enough. The British need to open their goddamn eyes.
Is there a shift in the British Jewish community, do you think, with regards to Tommy?
I think so. I've had a number of friends of mine who have reached out to me asking about life in Israel. I think that's they're people who wouldn't have prior to maybe the Manchester terrorist attack. But I think it's eyes are being opened by them, by the Jewish community, for sure. How can it not? You know.
All right. Good to meet you, mate. Thank you. What is that?
Me interviewed.
All right. That's all. What brings you here?
What brings me here as an American, I feel very passionate about what's happening around the world. I really do believe everything's a domino effect. So even what's happening in the UK does affect, let's say, a different country. So I'm very passionate about freedom around the world.
What's your favorite thing about Tommy Robinson?
I just love how he doesn't stop going no matter the consequences, and whatever the consequences are, his message is so much stronger than it was before.
Amazing. Thank you. Enjoy the show.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing? How you doing? There we go. Old friends reunite. Where's the camera? You're on camera. You know you're live. We're live. What brings you here?
You now. Coming to see Tommy and you.
Are you surprised by the numbers? I don't know if you saw, because now it's finally.
No, it's crazy. I thought it was going to be a lot, but not like this. There's a queue that goes all the way down. Down.
Now the queue's finishing, I think, yes.
But there was a huge queue, but it went quickly, so it's fine.
It's a heart of Tel Aviv. Could you imagine that in the liberal city in 2020? Let's go back. I've known you for many years now, and I guess in 2019, in the heart of it, if you had to look forward to 2025, would you have ever guessed Tommy Robinson would do an event in the heart of Tel Aviv and this many people would come and there'd be no
I'll tell
protest?
you why yes, because Israel is quite liberal, is quite conservative. So, I mean, we're all right wing. Most of us are right wing. So absolutely. I didn't think it would be this big because of the English speakers, but I was wrong.
We've got to catch up properly. I do know.
Pesach Willicke. I met you in Tel Aviv last time you were here.
Okay.
And then you shared a video that I made about the ADL. This is a couple years ago.
Yes.
I'm friends with Ezra. And I'm also, I got mixed up in this whole thing. I don't know, everything's being recorded, eh? So
This is live.
Right, it's fine. So anyway, I'm Rabbi Pesach Willicke. I was.
That's right, Pesach. Well, I spoke to you. That's
right. I was in the news recently because I was one of the last people to talk to Charlie before he was killed. If you followed that whole thing with the text messages and everything, so I was in that group. I was part of all of that. And I look at what's going on around the world, and the Tommy Robinson visit to Israel is very significant because the paradigm shift that has to happen in order for the West to ever win. And because, when you look at the threat of Islam and the way it's taking over the Western world right now, all the debates revolve around how far gone are things, how bad is it? And that all misses the point, which is that the trajectory shows no way forward for Judeo-Christian Western civilization to push back and be victorious and regain their identity. And Israel, which our entire identity is the heart and soul. It's the epicenter of Judeo-Christian Western civilization. It's the story of Israel, and our return to our land and the nationalism of Jews in the land of Israel is the ultimate pushback against the Islamic takeover of Western civilization. And Tommy is one of the few people who speaks clearly about this issue. He speaks openly about it. He's willing to say the problem is that Islam, the jihad, is upon us, and they're taking over the world, and Israel is fighting back. And Tommy sees that with clarity, and you see all over the place. There's conservatives, especially in America right now, who are like confused about Israel. They have all these negative views, and they're missing the big plot, which is the battle for Western civilization. Tommy Robinson understands it, and Israelis understand it. Israel is an increasingly conservative, right-wing, and nationalist populist country. That's why we haven't had a left-wing government here in decades, and we're not going to. Yeah. Tommy Robinson realizes that Israel is in the front lines of the battle that he's fighting in England. That's what it's about.
And I know you've spoken out against the ADL in the past.
Yeah.
They've come up again recently, but putting them to the side. But it's the same issue. The Jewish Board of Deputies, other Jewish organisations that are supposedly speaking on behalf of the Jewish community, do their very best to demonise him even today, and through the mainstream media who have spent the last 2 years demonising Israel. What's your response to that?
Well, my response to that is that the Jewish establishment outside of Israel is just increasingly out of step with where the Jewish people as a nation are going. The exile has ended. The epicenter of the Jewish people, what it means to be a member of the Jewish people, is Israel today, and it's slipping away from them, and they lash out, and they actually are self-hating Jews in many ways. Why on their list, in their glossary of anti-Semitic organizations, is Turning Point USA? I mean, think about that. But CARE was never listed there. CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, was not listed there, and they were involved. They were an unindicted co-conspirator in a federal investigation of funding for Hamas, and they weren't listed, but Turning Point USA was listed. So when groups like the ADL or like the Board of Deputies, when they come after someone like Tommy Robinson, for what? For calling out the actual enemy of the Jewish people, Islam, for calling it out and saying what it is, and understanding that it's a threat to all of Judeo-Christian Western civilization, and that the same forces taking over England and are who we're fighting on the battlefield in Gaza, that Tommy gets it. So they hate him because they refuse to acknowledge this. They're still in favor of a two-state solution when the Jewish people have moved on from that,
What would you say to the Jewish border deputies or to the ADL, anyone that does try to demonise Tommy Robinson at this point?
I'd say you're missing the plot. The Jewish people woke up. Those who weren't awake by October 7th woke them up. We understand that the Jewish nation must be strong in our land, that we've returned to our land, and that the only way to defeat the forces that seek to destroy us is to defeat them. We understand that now, and you do not. You remain having an exile mentality, so please just step aside, stop claiming to speak on behalf of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is right here in the land of Israel. We know who we are, and we know that our only allies around the world. Why are populist, nationalist, conservatives, Christian conservatives all over the world pro-Israel? Bolsonaro supporters, Malay supporters, Wilders supporters, Orban supporters, the Vox supporters in Spain. Why are they all pro-Israel? Because they understand that Israel is on the front lines of the battle for Western civilization. And you, the Board of Deputies, you, the ADL, you're the ones who just never, ever get it. Please just step aside. The Jewish people has moved on.
Well said. I don't think I could say it that well. Well done. Thank you, mate. Good to see you. How are you doing?
A fan for years and years and years, and you and Tommy have been following you since the beginning.
Thank you. Are we good for batteries? Have you seen everything? Are the batteries on these good?
Good work, mate.
Just and that, check them.
Avi,
Thank
good
you.
work, man.
Thank you.
I want my team to share that out also.
It was live, so you can clip it.
We can clip it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So where is it streaming? Where can
This
I
is
find it?
streaming Tommy's pages, our Rebel
Your page?
pages,
Yeah.
my
Okay,
pages,
fine.
so everywhere.
And I can go
There's
there.
probably, I would say there's 20,000, 30,000.
Just wanted to tell you, I've been seeing you since I'm like 15 and really appreciate your work and everything you do. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for your
you.
amazing work. It's really astounding. Thank you very much.
We better start heading in.
I just want to say thank you for everything we've done. I'm doing Asbara for the past 2 years. I lost my cousin on October 7th.
Sorry to hear.
And that's why I started all these things to remove all the propagandas and the Hamas supporters all around the world.
Yeah.
And that's why I see you and I see everyone else. They're doing a lot for Israel. So that's why I came to say thank you very much. And it's not really obvious to do what you do.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. We've got to run inside. Let's run inside.
I'm on Rebel News. I don't see it.
Yeah. Did they not retweet it? It'll be down here. There's a live there.
Oh, that's the live stream? Okay,
yeah.
good.
What's up, mate? You doing good?
How you doing?
Yeah, all right.
Why are you here, Shay?
I'm here to see Tommy Robinson. I'm here to talk about the jihad problem in the world.
Are you surprised by the fact that in the heart of Tel Aviv, he's packed out a room this size?
No. We are constantly being attacked by jihadism, and I think that there's an alliance of strong anti-jihad nationalist entities around the world, in the UK, in Israel, and we're talking about the same problems. So absolutely, it's important to us. It's good to see you, Avi.
Good to see you, brother. That's first time I saw you was like 2 days ago, and twice in 2 days. I'm having a good run. All right, guys, let's go. Come. Let's come around here. I think they've had to put out more seats, Benji. Look at that. They've put out more seats because there was too many seats. Oh, there wasn't enough seats. Let's go set up for the show. Okay. How you doing, mate? We're going to be setting up right behind. Just set it up here. Get her on there.
This is Ellie. This is my.
Shavua Mitsuyan! Welcome everyone. Welcome to another Tel Aviv International Salon. Moderately successful, I would say. We have a lot of kavod for everyone here. Obviously, there's ministers in the house, there's Knesset members, there's maharim. But really for us, the most important is you. The Tel Aviv International Salon for almost 20 years now has been championing this Tel Aviv community, free speech, sunshine, more talk, more good. Am Yisrael Chai. So with that, I'm going to bring our moderator to the stage, a good friend of the salons, an Israeli journalist, novelist, historian, editor-in-chief of the wildly successful Shomer Soft podcast, Mr. Gadi Taub. Gadi.
What a crowd, wow. I don't remember seeing Israelis queue in this orderly way outside for like 300 people. Some of my friends called me, they were afraid they could not get in. So an amazing festive atmosphere. In the presence of Minister Shikli, is he here? The minister is here. Yeah. Simcha Rotman, the head of the Constitutional and Judiciary Committee of the Knesset, other dignitaries. I just want to mention Shefri Paz among them, who I heard, I saw her meeting with Tommy Robinson, who was on cam, and she said, I'm the Israeli Tommy Robinson. And she is, in more than one way. In more ways than I would like to tell you now. But a serious word before we have Tommy on stage. Look, there is a war of ideas, a worldwide war of ideas between two interpretations of this war, the war in Gaza, and of Zionism at large. One interpretation, which is dominant in academia all over the West, is that we are a remnant of the bad old 19th century nationalism and colonialism. And so we are this backward, retrograde thing that it's time to forget. And there is another interpretation put forth strongly by our Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, that it's a shame Witkoff didn't give the speech here. No booing. Who says repeatedly that our war is your war, that our enemies are your enemies. And he asked in the UN recently, people in Melbourne, people in London, Luton, people in New York are asking, what does this war have to do with me? Everything, said the Prime Minister. Our war is your war. Tommy Robinson is one of the few people who understands this instinctively, immediately. I interviewed him yesterday. This is exactly what he said. He said, I saw these guys of Hamas and I know them. I know them from Luton. This is the same war. This man is extremely important, not just for Britain, but also for the state of Israel. So please give a warm welcome to Mr. Tommy Robinson. They like you. Wow. What's this?
Thank you very much.
Shalom Tel Aviv, Shalom Israel.
Can I tell you, that's a beautiful feeling, so thank you very much. I'd like to start with a thank you for the love I've been shown, a thank you from the invite from your government and the opportunity to come to this beautiful nation and report back to the British public on what I find. I come here as a friend, but I come here to ask lots of questions. Let me start off by putting something to bed. As I come off here earlier, I was confronted by a British Channel 4 journalist who made the accusation that I'm not a journalist. So for you, darling, this first video is just to clear something up for you. Play the journalist video, lads. Aidan.
Shame on you! Shame on you!
AV, play the video, please.
First of all, now that the far left extremist has left the building, let me start off, once they get the video ready, by saying earlier I went for dinner and there were tables of lone soldiers. Can I tell you, first of all, how inspiring that is? It's inspiring to realise that young men are leaving their families from every corner of this globe. They're travelling here. They are travelling here for something far bigger than themselves or their families. Something that unites every single one of you. They're travelling here to defend their people and to defend their land. So, a bit about me. I'm a journalist, an investigative journalist from Great Britain. I first travelled here in 2016 because I thought it would be ignorant of me to talk about issues that I have not experienced and know very little about. So I come here. I met some fabulous people, but we paid some young Arab Muslims to take us to a Fatah-controlled refugee camp in Bethlehem. Now, bearing in mind that I am probably vocally one of the most outspoken people against the Islamic ideology in Europe, I've faced 12 Osman warnings, they're government warnings for threats to life. There are 6 Muslims serving 30 years in prison for plans to murder me. I risked my life to go to a Palestinian Fatah-controlled refugee camp because I wanted to ask questions. When I went there, and I love the argument in the UK, or I love the argument when people confront me who are pro-Palestine, and I ask them, have you ever actually spoke to any 3rd or 4th generation refugees who either live in the state of Israel or live in any of these refugee camps? So I went there to ask questions. And as I walked around the camp, I asked, who's oppressing you? And I got on really well with this gentleman. He was a 4th generation refugee. And his words, never fund free Palestine. The money does not come to us, which surprised me, okay? And then I asked him, who is oppressing you? I expected him to say the state of Israel. What did he say? the Palestinian Authority. I said, why are the Palestinian Authority oppressing you? He then explained, as he took me round his estate, we had a lady who blew up a bus, he described her as a martyr. We had another man who had gone on a killing spree. And he explained that the Palestinian Authority pay anyone who leaves this camp and kills an Israeli, they get paid money for the rest of their life, which I never knew. I don't think many people in Britain understand this. I don't think the British public understand that our government just recognised a terrorist state that is governed by a Palestinian Authority who pay people to kill Israelis. But Keir Starmer's So, as he explained this to me, I had no knowledge. And then I started looking into the Palestinian Authority. And when I looked into the Palestinian Authority, I found out that we fund them. British taxpayers' money funds the Palestinian Authority. And the gentleman corrected me. So I said to him, if a Muslim leaves this refugee camp and murders a Jew, then they get money for the rest of their life. And he said, murders an Israeli. I said, what do you mean? It doesn't have to be a Jew, it just has to be an Israeli. So that's pay to slay, and that shocked me. And on that trip, I asked lots of questions. I also met a young, beautiful Jewish girl who had been forcefully removed in 2005 from the Gaza Strip. She explained that her family had lived there for generations, and that her family did not want to leave, but they were dragged off of their land by the IDF, I guess at a time when your government was still trying to appease and negotiate with terrorists, thinking that if every Jew was removed from the Gaza Strip and they had the Gaza Strip, it might stop the killing and the bloodshed. I think obviously now Israel and the world, well not the world because Britain don't, but America and Israel at least realise you cannot negotiate and the only language they understand is strength. But on that trip, I asked lots of questions, and I come here to ask questions so that I could talk about these issues back home, so that I could relay a message back home, so that I could discuss these topics. It's exactly the same reason why I'm here now. I come here as a journalist. I hope many of you have watched so far the videos that we've churned out since we've been here. I hope that Channel 4 journalists who confronted me earlier, have you watched the videos? Because you could learn a few things from watching these videos. And as I said, I'm going to play a little video. Now, this video is just for the benefit of those who don't like to accept the fact that we are great journalists.
Tommy, we love you!
I'm here in Rome the day after an election has sent shockwaves through Europe. I'm in Luton, my hometown. So I'm in Berlin. We're in Germany, and we've come to witness a women's march. We're in Birmingham. If any other journalists who drive up here, are you going to pull them over, ask them who they work for, check their company, tell them you want to see a pass? You've been cleared.
Indeed I have.
14 days, no food.
18 altogether.
18 days, no food. In May 2020, a story exploded onto the internet.
Who's the president of the European Union?
Sure.
Do you know who the leader of the European Union is?
We launched a petition. This is the result. I don't know where to start with it. Look, one of them was coming to give a speech on the topic of free speech.
The easiest way to close down a discussion or debate about anything is to call people racist.
Huxley Leonard is many things. A journalist isn't one of them.
So I think now we've established we are journalists. Not only are we journalists, we're far better journalists than the mainstream. Can I just point out to the Channel 4 lady right now? We currently have 55,000 people watching us live. More people will watch our content that we produce than any of the mainstream media. You do not have the monopoly to lie to the public any longer. I feel embarrassed coming here as a British citizen because I know that my government have just betrayed every single one of you. They've betrayed your country and they've betrayed our people. Because if it was put to a public vote, the British public would never vote to recognise a terrorist Palestinian state. For 20 to 30 years, not just in Britain, across Europe, the public have been scared. The Jewish population in Europe are scared. The public have been scared into opening their mouth and telling the truth. The reason why? You come under attack. If you haven't seen, since I've been here, I'm coming under attack from establishment figures, establishment media. The public have been silenced through the accusation of racism or far right, and it has been successful. Fear is paralysing, and the entire British public was paralysed into speaking the truth. What you have witnessed, there's been a mass awakening since October 7th. I'd just like to point out as well, many people talk about October 8th Jews, yeah? There's been a massive awakening, not just in the Jewish community, but in our community. I understand Hamas. On the day after October 7th, I made a video. At this time, I was censored. I didn't have an X account. I was deplatformed off every single social media. I was invisible. I was walking along the beach and I made a video saying, Hamas are ISIS. They are the same group. Hamas's charter says the final day of judgment does not come till not every Zionist is dead. The argument that they keep putting about Zionism, till every Jew is dead. The reason why I understand who Hamas are, I'm born in Luton Town. In my hometown of Luton Town, which is 30 miles north of London, when I was born in 1982, there was one mosque. There's now 45. Al-Masradeen, white English are a minority in my hometown. I know what it's like to live as a minority. I know what it's like to live with a dominant, hostile, Islamic supremacist community. Al-Masradeen, who are a world-recognised now prescribed terrorist organisation, their head office was in my hometown, on a road called Biscuit Mill. Omar Bakri, Abu Hamza were all based in my hometown. 60% of the British Muslims in jail for terrorism were ex-members of this organisation. I looked as I stood on the kibbutz 2 days ago, and you can see Gaza Strip, so the community next door. To many, terrorism or jihad is something that's far away. Kids I went to school with have gone to jail for being members of ISIS. Kids I went to school with have died fighting in Syria for ISIS. The problem is not far away from you, but growing up for me, it was never far away from me either. So very early on, I understood who ISIS were. I understood what jihad was. What shocked me after October 7th, it wasn't what Hamas done. I know what they want to do. You know what they want to do. I know that your country is surrounded by jihad. I know that they would love to pillage and rape and murder their way through this beautiful nation. What shocked me was the response across the West. I guess it shocked all of you. By October... It took 50 years for people to start denying the Holocaust. It took days for them to start denying October 7th. Now, as Israel faced the biggest attack, in days, they were celebrating in my capital city, in every single Western nation's capital city. I'd say that Israel has lost the propaganda war. Considering people say Israel or Jews are in control of the media, they're not doing a very good job, okay? Because literally the next day we saw in every Western capital city what you witnessed in our capital city, what I witnessed, and what the public witnessed, was the takeover of our capital city every Saturday for over a year. Hamas supporters, Hezbollah flags, ISIS flags, Hamas flags, slogans, dressed up, terrorist chants. The shocking thing was the government and the police's response, as literally they were given full reign of the capital city and laws were not enforced. We saw Hizb ut-Tahrir, who are now a prescribed terrorist organisation, calling for jihad, calling for Muslim armies. And when they called for Muslim armies and jihad, the Metropolitan Police Force put out a statement saying there are plenty different meanings of jihad. There may be, but not when it's from a terrorist organisation on the streets of London calling for jihad against the Jews. Now, as we witness this, which is why I want to come here today, the vocal minority have been given the voice. They've been supported by the BBC, they've been supported by the educated, they've been supported by politicians, and they've been supported by the media. I want to give you some hope, because I've had hope. I feel like I've been banging my head against a wall for a decade, trying to warn the British public about the dangers of jihad, about the dangers of Islamic supremacy. Something massive has happened in the last 18 months in Great Britain. I don't know if you've been following. I don't know if you... If you watch British news, you would believe that the British hate the Jews. I wouldn't blame you. Yeah? You would believe that everyone in Britain is against Israel, and you would believe that everyone supports Palestine. That is because of the media portrayal. But 2 years ago we sat down, 15 of us, we had a vision that if you change the culture, you change the politics. Rather than trying to get hundreds of millions of pounds and start a political party, we wanted to give the British community and the British public back something we've lost. Something you have. You have something that brings you together. You have pride in who you are, you have your flag, you're all very patriotic. We lost that. We had lost that. And I'll give you a little explanation. I went to Poland in 2015 to attend their Independence Day. And when I stood there, 250,000 Poles, children on their shoulders, flags, flares, singing, celebrating. I stood at the front and I put my arms out and I felt something. As the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, I felt power. I felt power in them coming together, in the brotherhood, the sisterhood, in all of them understanding. And when I looked at Poland's history, they've always been outnumbered 40-1 in any battle. The biggest uprising with pitchforks to fight the Nazis happened in Warsaw. They lived under communism. They were wiped off the face of a map. They understand what it's like to fight for survival, as many of you do. They understand what it's like. And as I interviewed Polish people, they said, your older generation, they know who they are. Your younger generation, they are lost. And that is basically what's happened in Great Britain. We have been lost. We've lost our identity, we've lost our culture, and we've lost our spirit. And I was jealous. I left Poland jealous. And I'd never experienced that. And then we started with a vision. We got 15, whether you call them influencers, journalists, the people who have been attacked, and we've sat down and said, let's agree on 5 things. Let's not talk about what we disagree with, because we'll disagree on a lot. Let's talk about the fact that British culture is under threat. Free speech is under threat. Sexual exploitation and rape of our daughters from Islamic rape gangs is a risk. LGBTQ+ indoctrination in the education system. So we agreed on these points and said that if we all come together, with a click of a button, we can reach this country, we can reach the population, and we have a greater reach than any of the British media. So we had a vision. The vision was to have demonstrations, have celebrations, and focus on culture and identity, and give the public back a voice. We held our first demonstration. 30,000 people come on the 30th of June. On the 27th of July, I stood in Trafalgar Square in front of 100,000 people, and I felt the same as I felt in Poland, as the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. And as we give people back what they've had taken from them. We've had mass immigration come into our country, we've moved out of our towns and cities, we've cared about ourselves rather than our community, which is why I admire Israel, it's why I admire the lone soldiers, because they know there's something far bigger than them and their family. Well, there's something far bigger than us and our family, which is Great Britain. And I've heard for so long about when the British lion wakes up. And I've been banging my head thinking, when is this lion going to wake up? What is happening? And then on the 13th of September, I don't know how many of you watched our event on the 13th of September. What I want you to know, and I spoke to a lady as I went to a restaurant the other day, and the lady said that she travelled from the United States of America. She was a Jewish lady. She travelled from the United States of America and flew back to the UK for this event because it was that important to her. Yeah? She flew back and her friends got out the Star of David. There was 2 of them. And as they'd felt alone. They'd felt on their own. And I don't blame them for feeling on their own because you must feel under attack from every angle. Yeah? So they felt on their own. And as they walked through what would be millions of people on the streets of London, everyone was patting them on the back. Everyone was saying, we're with you. And she said that she realised at that point that they're not alone. That there's actually an army of British people who are willing to stand with them. So my message is simple. Do not believe the media. Do not believe Keir Starmer. The British public stand with the British Jews. We are not going to stand by silently and watch as British patriotic Jews are driven from their homeland. We will be standing side by side with them in this fight for their survival and their future in Great Britain. I know many of you would want them to come to Israel. We don't want them to leave Britain. Now, I want to rewind a little bit and tell you a story about a friend of mine called Yisrael Shalom. When I started the English Defence League in 2009, we were quite a boisterous organisation, okay? We were young men full of adrenaline who were not going to back down. We were fed up with seeing our communities raped, fed up with seeing our daughters raped, and we started an organisation where we come together. In 2010, I was contacted by a Jewish gentleman in London who appealed to me for help. He reached out and he said that he'd lost his driving licence. And since he lost his driving licence, he had to walk the streets in Newham, which is a predominantly Muslim community, as a visible Jew. And he started realising that people were spitting at him. They were attacking him. In fact, I'm going to show you now a quick interview that I'd done with Yisrael at the time. And do you know what I said to him? What I said to him is, because his house come under attack, he was attacked violently. And I said, Yisrael, let me bring 50 men. Let me wait in your house with 50 men. And the next time they attack your house, let us be there waiting. Yisrael didn't want that. He didn't want any violence. He was a calm, peaceful man. Let me show you an interview with him quickly now.
I'm now going to show you a video from 6 months ago. Yeah, just talk me through. Tell me the story.
Okay, well, about 5 years ago, I got rid of my car, and I became more prominent in the streets of Newham, and I started noticing people get out of things as they would pass me, or people were spitting very close to me in the streets. And after about a few months, I realised actually they're spitting at me, and I faced quite a lot of anger. I faced quite a lot of just aggression from various younger Muslims in the community, simply because I was a Jew, or rather a conspicuous Jew in the college. And one time I was cornered in the college. I was shoved into the corner, and I was made to justify the existence of Israel. Well, I've got post-traumatic stress disorder, and I experienced a lot of panic attacks. Yeah. So it's, yeah.
You've been living under a barrage of abuse and threats and intimidation for years?
Yes, yeah, 5 years now. And, you know, it's been coming up for 300 incidents, attacks on me and my home. And it probably wouldn't be so bad if I knew that, you know, maybe the authorities would have my back, but unfortunately they don't. I do think every morning, you know, I'm still here, and I go to bed at night. I live today, you know.
I've seen the image of your property. It's like Fort Knox now, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, my friends that, I mean, I had to stop my friends coming to the house because I couldn't guarantee their safety. So I never have friends in the house. I always meet my friends outside. I can't have family to live with me because it's too dangerous. I live in...
See, this is 2014 in the Borough of London. 2014,
you know what it's like to see a grown man brought to tears? Do you know how many families I meet that are brought to tears in Luton and towns like that? The reason why I'm showing you these videos, I want you to understand this is real life. This is not me. When I say in towns and cities like Luton, I'll just give you a bit of background from my hometown. The Luton Islamic Centre, which was the home of the Stockholm bomber, it was the home of the Westminster Bridge terrorist attacker, that used to be the synagogue, okay? There's no Jews left in Luton. Why are there no Jews left in Luton? Again, let me talk to you about my upbringing. I remember when I was about 12 years old, we were little shits, okay? We used to go out and get chases. We'd knock on people's doors, we'd be running around, causing trouble as kids. And I remember there was a Jewish covenant in the countryside in a place called Lily, on the outskirts of Luton, with all the Orthodox Jews. I didn't know anything about Jews. I was 12 years old. I remember I was down there with my friends. We were throwing things, and my friend started launching stuff at these men. And he's jumping up and down, saying, my mum and dad, my mum would be so proud, my mum would be so proud. And I looked at him, what do you mean your mum would be so proud? My mum would kill me. My mum would kill me if she knew we was out doing this. But we were kids. And he said, they're Jews, they're Jews. My friend was a Muslim, yeah? So that was my first experience understanding your mum would be proud because you're throwing things at someone who's a Jew. That's crazy, yeah? Then I went to high school, where it was a mixed school with many Muslims. I heard so many derogatory comments about Jews. So I experienced this, I listened to this. Then there were Jewish families remembering the Holocaust in Luton. When they were remembering the Holocaust in Luton, at the town hall, mobs of Muslims, part of Al-Mujahideen, the now proscribed terrorist organisation, turned up with megaphones and chased them into the town hall. I can still see it because there was little children with them that were crying. So I had experienced, in my upbringing, growing up, I didn't know any Jews because there's no Jews left. But I knew there was a lot of hatred for Jews coming out of one community that I grew up with. Yeah? So when I started the English Defence League in 2009, when I started, I looked up to lots of people. One of them was Geert Wilders. I listened to Geert Wilders talk about Israel. I knew he lived on a kibbutz here. I listened to his stories. I listened to Robert Spencer. Many of you might know Robert Spencer. I listened to Pamela Geller. Okay? So these people helped shape my early views and my understanding. Not just on Israel. I listened to their views on Israel. I respected them. I listened to their views on Islam, on jihad. I learned a lot. Okay? But those early years shaped my view, and what I saw in Luton, which was clear anti-Jew hatred, and then I met a gentleman like Yisrael. You see what he done there? I'm about to show you now a trailer for the most important documentary that I never made. I'll tell you why I never made it. As a journalist, which I am a journalist, you obviously know there's a lot of criticism of me. There's a lot of accusations against me. I have to be 100% about everything I say. Because if I say something that's proven untrue, my credibility is gone. I fact check everything. I make sure everything I say in my documentaries is bulletproof. I worked, when Yisrael, you see what he predicted there in that interview? He predicted his death. Yisrael is now dead. Driven to death and persecuted to death on the streets of London by hostile, violent Muslims. I'll show you the promo now, which was for a documentary called Shalom. His name was Yisrael Shalom. Let me just show you the promo. And this was 7 or 8 years ago that I made this.
We begin in France, where a surge in anti-Semitic violence and hate speech has members of the Jewish community there fearing for their safety. Many Jews living in France increasingly feel under threat.
Last year, there were more than 500 anti-Semitic offenses here, an increase of around 75%.
Once again, the Jewish community here says it feels like it's under siege.
Tonight, armed guards have been posted at synagogues throughout Germany for the start of Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement.
Hate crimes against Jews have increased by nearly a third since 2010, according to the Home Affairs Select Committee report.
Anti-Semitism is once again on the rise
in Paris. There has been a surge in applications for assistance to emigrate to Israel. The agency estimates 5,000 will leave this year, the highest ever.
I've been working on a new documentary. It's a new documentary that's going to be coming out soon. It's a documentary that's going to shock this country. I'm going to tell the story of a man who became my friend,
A man who was persecuted to death in modern Britain. We have evidence, we have an investigation that shows medical reports, police reports, hundreds of attacks. The man that begged for help from politicians, begged for help from the mayor, all of his cries for help, majority of them ignored. We're going to investigate how widespread this problem is. You're going to witness footage from this man predicting his own death.
Until I get to Israel, but I mean, unfortunately, I come to terms with a little fact a few years ago, about 3.5 years ago, that I'm going to die soon in Newham because I'm a Jew. I had to do that in order to be able to live.
It's not fair. Absolutely true, and you just can't believe that it's happening, you know. If what you've been through, it's just unbelievable, you know. And I get angry because they took him from us. I feel like they took him.
Yisrael Shalom wanted his story to be told. His family wants his story to be told. I'm going to make sure the world knows the story of Yisrael Shalom. For me, this is a very difficult conversation because I have failed Yisrael Shalom. I failed him because when he died, I got a phone call off his niece. I'd never met her. She said, "I've been told to contact you." She said, Yisrael's dead, but we have a note that says, upon his death, we need to contact Tommy Robinson and give him the keys to our house. So I took a camera and I went to his house, and she said, he said, "You'll know what to do." So I started filming as I walked into his house, where he had bulletproof vests. He used to wear a bulletproof vest to walk the streets of Newham. And then in his house, I found paperwork. He'd wrote to the Queen. He'd wrote to the Mayor of London. He'd wrote and begged everyone for help in dealing with the violence and attacks that he was facing as a Jew in our capital city of London. Do you know what the advice was back in some of the letters? The advice was move to a Jewish area. That's the advice. Imagine telling a black person to move to a black area if they were facing racism. But that advice to Yisrael Shalom was to move to a Jewish area. Now, why do I say I failed him? You see some of the organisations that are condemning me right now? That was 7 years ago I made that. I first sat down with Yisrael in 2010 when he called out for help. I first sat down and videoed that interview in 2014. That was before I was doing my journalism. Now, as I was making that documentary, I had the paperwork, the records. Yisrael was raped. He was taken off the streets. This sounds insane, no? He was taken off the streets and raped. And then I wondered how many more Yisrael Shaloms there are. How many more people are being targeted on their own in communities when they're living within a Muslim community? And then I found the story of a Jew in Paris, where 28 people were convicted for kidnapping him. They had him for 20 days. They tortured him, and they dumped his body, and he died in Paris. So as I started looking into this problem and attempting to tell the story, one of the organisations, which is condemning me right now for my interest in Israel, or whether I'm a friend to the Jews, the 2 members of staff I had working for me, and I've done a documentary on this. I've exposed an organisation called Hope Not Hate. I've exposed them already. They paid my 2 employees who worked for me, who had every bit of documentation and evidence to do with this case, took that documentation and they didn't have it anymore. So my attempt to tell this story, and when I say my attempt to tell this story, for me to make a film and quote and say what's happened, I need the evidence. I literally need to show everyone every bit of paper along the way, because I know I'll get accusations of lies and smears, and if I get caught once on getting something wrong, it will discredit any future documentaries or work I'm doing. So I had to make a decision to fail that gentleman, to shelve that programme and shelve that show. Obviously, I made a documentary called Panodrama, where I exposed and showed. If any of you want to watch these films, you can watch them at trfilms.co.uk. But I showed that government organisations were paying my old 2 employees to discredit and prevent me showing the world the story of Yisrael Shalom. I failed him, I wish I didn't, but look how long ago that was. You saw what happened October 7th. It's been happening for years. This anti-Jew hatred is nothing new. It's nothing new at all. It's been happening for years, but I wanted to tell the story of Yisrael Shalom. I've never been able to do it in a doc. Do you know how much grief I got? Do you know how much grief I get for standing with Israel? Do you know how much grief I got from the far right? I get called far right, but from the actual far right, because one of the first documentaries I was making was called Shalom. I got uncontrollable assaults or attacks as I'm receiving still now. I'm being called a traitor right now because I'm stood here. Why am I stood here? I'm stood here because it's the right thing to do. Not because there's any benefit. I don't get benefit. I'm stood here because I've been to this country I come to this country in 2016. Do you know what? You do it a lot better than we do. As I was driving, I went to Bethlehem, I went to the Fatah controlled refugee camp. On my way back, as we were driving, there was about 1,000 young Arab Muslim men, and they were racing donkeys. I said, stop the car, stop the car. And I had an I Love Israel t-shirt on. And I guess I'm a bit provocative at times. I thought I'm gonna walk over there and they're gonna go mad. Yeah, so I walked over with the camera. No one batted an eyelid. No one cared. And as I walked over there, I talked to them all. And Donald Trump had just been elected. In this election in 2016, people hated him. They still hated him. A lot of people hated him. And I asked the Arab Muslims, what do you think of Donald Trump? And they said, strong man, yes. I was like, they all liked him. And as I was there, I looked and there was a Jewish family having a picnic on the floor. Brian, you're nodding your head because you were there. Yeah? And I thank Brian and I thank Kay Wilson, Tao, and I thank them for introducing. I had a fabulous time with you. I found out a lot. But as this was happening, I saw a Jewish family having a picnic with their kippahs on. And I looked and thought, you couldn't do that in London. You couldn't have 1,000 young Arab Muslim men, Pakistanis, and a Jewish family who are visible as Jews having a picnic, and no one batting an eyelid. And then I went and approached Muslims, the 2 million of them who live in the state of Israel, and every one of them I asked, what's it like? I was on the Golan Heights, wasn't we? I was on the Golan Heights, and I said to some Muslim lad, because I was inquisitive, asking questions, I said, what's it like living in Israel? And he looked at me like an idiot. He went, that's great. I said, but what's it like? Are you discriminated against? And the bombs were going off in Syria at the time. And he looked at me and said, I pray 5 times a day. He said, you think I want to live over there? And he pointed. So I brought these messages back to tell these stories as well, which is what we're doing now with our journalism here. But as I go through this, as I've said, there is a mass awakening happening. Why am I hated as well? Why are the I'm not even giving them the credit and name in their name, but why are establishment organisations who are in bed with the Labour Party, why are they attacking me? Why have I faced so much criticism since the start of my activism? I started my activism in 2009. I formed an organisation called the English Defence League. The English Defence League had a Hindu division, a Jewish division, a lesbian and gay division. At every single demonstration we held, a non-white person spoke and a gay person spoke. And the non-white person spoke and a gay person spoke to let the far right know, to let the Nazis know, this is not a movement for you. I'm from a town called Luton Town, one of the most diverse towns in Europe. If you line up my best friends and the people I love, the majority of them are not white. Okay, so the accusation goes nowhere, it's pretty boring. But why did we face such an attack? Because I started talking about issues that our government have hid, they've conspired to hide, there's been a conspiracy of silence across our country. How many of you know about the grooming gangs of England? Let's call them what they are. It's a rape jihad being committed against people in Britain by Islamic members of the Islamic community. Again, I'm going to tell you, of course not all Muslims. Yeah, I've got Muslim friends who would hate them. I've got Muslim friends who would want to attack them. But the reality is there's a massive problem in their communities, and I started talking about it, so I faced relentless attack from the media, smears, lies. Say it. They are Islamic. I always speak the truth. I don't mix my words. They are Islamic rape gangs, and Muslims make up 5% of the UK population, but 90% of the convictions of men who rape children in gangs are Muslim men. 30% of them call Muhammad. Now, this conversation is difficult for some. No, that's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. Now, you're not allowed to ask the question, why? If you ask the question, okay, why aren't the Hindus raping? Why aren't the Jews raping? Why aren't the Sikhs raping? Why is it the Muslim community who are raping their way through every country in Europe, not just Britain? Why is it? If you ask that question, you're an Islamophobe, you're an extremist, you're racist, you're far right. But do you know how frustrating it is? I'm standing in now in the last 2 years. I say there's been a mass awakening. Every time I get knocked down, I feel like I get picked up. 2 years ago, Elon Musk picked me up. I watched after October 7th, and do you know how frustrated I was watching Hamas take over my capital city? Do you know how frustrated I was, the voice that they were given? And then I was frustrated at the police's inability. And it was Armistice Day, which was our Remembrance Day, a sacred day for us. We've watched them desecrate our war memorials week in, week out. We've seen politicians do nothing about it. I'm in Spain, and I'm pretty defeated at that time. I'm invisible. I have no social media. Do you know how frustrating it is when you're censored, you're deleted, and you're doing the most important work you've ever done in your life, yeah? Now, the most important work I've ever done is making a documentary series called The Rape of Britain, which is a 5-part series, which tells the stories of the survivors of these rape gangs. If you haven't watched that documentary series, you really need to. It's a fascinating watch, it's a great watch. And the purpose of me doing it was to, if these men are not going to get charged, I'll give you a fact. Like, the city of Telford, I spent 12 to 18 months in Telford with my team. Where's Dave? I've got a friend here called Dave, Angus McNugget, who done some incredible work. And if I'm honest, I get the credit, but there's a whole team that work with me. And we spent 12 to 18 months, and we sat girls down. And we sat them down for 3 hours, 4 hours, sometimes 2 times, sometimes 3 times. And we sat and listened to their stories. And then we built a database. So we got all these girls and we built a database of names. And when the Muslim men were named by 3 different girls who did not know each other, we went after those men. And I thought, right, I'm going to make sure the whole world knows who you are. And the police identified 200 rapists in the town of Telford. Do you know how many they prosecuted? They prosecuted 11. That means 189 men that the police know raped have never faced prosecution. Do you know how many victims there were just in the town of Telford? 1,000. 5 of them have been murdered. 5 of them are dead. This isn't a small town that no one's heard of. Telford. Do you know what the Muslim population is of Telford? 1.7%. There's only 3,500 Muslims. So you get the 3,500 Muslims, get rid of the women, get rid of the under-16s, there's 1,000 men. So out of the 1,000 men, the police identified 200 of them. That's 20% of the population. We identified 254. An independent inquiry identified over 300. That means that 20 to 30% of the men in that community were raping our kids. That's in a small town. I bet you've all heard of Rotherham, haven't you? Everyone's heard of Rotherham. There's only a 3.7% Muslim population in Rotherham. There's none there. 1,400 children raped in a 16-year period. There's no Muslims there. What do you think it's like in Luton with a 50% Pakistani Muslim population? What do you think it's like in Birmingham that's now a Jew-free zone where Jewish football fans are not allowed to go? Yeah, we'll get onto that, we'll get onto that. But let me play you now, if you haven't seen the documentary series, The Rape of Britain, it's the best work I've done, it's the most important work I've done. I'll show you a quick promo for that series now.
They're scared, Tommy. They're not only scared, they're petrified for their children.
Wrong one, lads.
I really don't feel safe for my kids or for my future.
Wrong one.
Well, a lot of them are
Cut
afraid.
it.
A lot. I know.
That's the wrong. It's the other video. That's the Irish one. That's another great documentary. We'll get on to that. Can you play the other one, lads? There's only one other video. When a man comes around is. Guess they're switching it over. But until they get the film ready, this was the most important work I've ever done. This is the reason I'm censored. This is the reason I'm deleted. This is the reason I face attack and relentless attack from the government. What has come out in every single independent inquiry is that the police knew it was happening, the government knew it was happening, but they all hid it. Why did they hide it? Because none of them wanted to be called a racist. That is the power of political correctness. Political correctness allowed a generation of our daughters to be raped. Political correctness and appeasement has just allowed the British government to recognise a terrorist state. It is the money from Qatar, it's the money from Iran, we have proxy armies, but the Jewish community now, do you know, in 2013, as I said, I'm from the town of Luton. In 2013, I sat down and I looked at the government projected growth forecast for the communities in Luton. Now, the Pakistani and Bangladeshi community wards were going to increase, this is by 2030, so in a 17-year period, they were going to increase by 70 to 77%. The white and black community by 1.2 to 1.4%. So the Labour Party know, and the Jewish community in London are now realising what I realised back then. We're irrelevant. We don't matter. White English in Luton, working class Luton, we don't matter. We don't gain them power. They get power through the local Islamic community. The local council and mosques, all the mosques come together under one voting block. That is how they get power. So 300,000 Jews in Britain, or the 5 or 6 million Muslims, the Labour Party are going to appease and surrender because all they actually care about is power. In our last election, 5 independent pro-Hamas politicians were elected. Okay, as our whole last election was about Gaza. Our children are being raped in every town and city. There wasn't one mention of it. Nothing about the British, nothing about the working class, nothing really about the economy. It was all about Gaza. That is the power that they swayed already in Great Britain. Now, when the Labour Party lost a percentage of the Muslim vote that went to the independents, Keir Starmer's just tried to win that percentage back by recognising the Palestinian state. Unfortunately, Jews are realising what we realise. We're irrelevant, you're irrelevant to the Labour Party. Let's see if we got that next promo ready.
But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. I will look for you. I will find you.
There's a man going around taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come.
Listen, simple question then, Dave. Did you rape her after Ahmed Nawaz raped her? Over 200 men's names were identified by your police investigation, but only 11 were charged. Why is that? I've got to put some allegations to you. You've been raping young girls in restaurants, but get the fuck out of here. Why would I have young girls named you as raping young children? I have multiple young girls, school children, on camera. I have multiple young girls who allege that you're involved in raping them and prostituting. We have serious allegations from children who say that you were involved in the rape and prostitution of them, that you were a kingpin having them trafficked. But I bet you didn't even see me, did you? I've got some questions to ask you about allegations of child rape. You raped a 12-year-old girl, you took her virginity in the house next door to a mosque in Telford. Why would 3 individual girls who do not know each other all be telling me and giving me statements that you have been involved in their grooming, in their trafficking, and in their prostitution?
Well, can we talk? I've got some questions. We have accusations that you trafficked young children. You trafficked young children. You were the kingpin. You chose who they were raped by. You prostituted them. She fought you once you dragged her knickers off her when she was 12 years old in the house next door to the mosque match.
Look at these guys just making.
What were you doing hanging around with 13-year-old school children? You put on your car bonnet and you raced off because you were angry because you had been sleeping with your best friend Imran's underage girlfriend. Men in this town, Pakistani men in this town, got away with destroying young girls' lives. And now you're famous. Everyone's going to know who you are.
When a man comes around.
That series is on one town. Those gangs are operating in every single town in Britain. People think about the crimes, no one thinks about the knock-on effect 10 years, 20 years later to the victims. I guess everything Israel's just been through. I hate to think of what the suffering that's going to go on for generations from those same attacks. These girls, 10 years later, 15 years later, hooked on drugs, suicidal, killing themselves, all of these effects. Do you know when we made this documentary series? They petrol bombed my car, they rang up and threatened to rape my daughters, they targeted my mum's house. Why has it took us to make these documentaries? Where are the mainstream media in going after these gangs? We are literally a handful, our team is a handful of people who have made these documentary series. I'm not just saying it, if you watch our documentaries, they're second to none. Yeah? We do proper investigative work. You will see a documentary come out of this trip to Israel. And we were including all the smears and lies that are being told about us by the mainstream media. But let me tell you where we're at as a country and what's happening in Great Britain, which I'm usually, everything I talk about is pretty depressing. It's usually very negative. But as I said, something huge is happening. Something that I believe currently will be looked upon as a cultural revolution in Great Britain. A time when the silent majority said they will be silent no more. What you saw on September 13th was millions of British patriots. And when I say millions of British patriots, you know, I walked through the market in Jerusalem, and I was followed by young Jews. And do you know what they were chanting? God save the King. They were singing the British national anthem, okay? British patriots. So when I say British patriots, I'm not talking about certain religions. We had a vision of uniting the kingdom. And do you know what the most beneficial moment for me was as I stood at Trafalgar Square and looked at the diversity of the crowd? I knew that the media had lost. No one's listening to them anymore. The smears are far right and racist. Every community has come together under our banner. Every community who loves Great Britain is welcome at our events. When my mum's Irish, okay? She's 4'11". Mum, if you're watching this, I love you. Okay? Dad, I love you too. Kids, I love you. But my mum's 4'11", a mad little paddy, okay? Do not upset an Irish woman, yeah? When I saw the migration crisis hitting Ireland, and this was at a time, it was, as I said, I was censored, I was deplatformed, I was in Spain, and I watched it, and I was inspired by the Irish. So I jumped on a plane. Why was I inspired by the Irish? Because Irish mothers were leading the revolt and the rebellion in the Republic of Ireland against mass immigration. And as I said, do not mess with an Irish mother. Now, I knew that. So I thought I'd better get over there and document for a documentary. I'll show you the promo and I'll talk more about the work and why it's relevant. Let me just show you this promo for our documentary in Ireland. Plantation 2, Rise of the Celts.
They're scared, Tommy. They're not only scared, they're petrified for their children.
I really don't feel safe for my kids or for my future.
Well, a lot of them are afraid. Like, I know women that can't even go to work anymore, that won't walk because it's too fearful. Like, and that's a sad reality of Ireland today.
Yeah, I was attacked last year.
You was?
I was, in town.
I have 2 rapes by males, one in a local pub and one in this car park.
Another one.
They're literally grabbing you on the street. If they look at you and they like you, they're having you.
Like all the attacks I know that have happened to friends of mine in town, nobody has been arrested.
Why did you think it acceptable that you wanted to rape a 14-year-old child?
I had been sexually assaulted while I was completely out cold. It's just terrifying me and it's traumatized me. Like, I have PTSD, I have to deal with that. What are you saying to me, my sister? What did you say to her?
Where's all the women and children? Where's the old men that are suddenly arrived in our village?
There's millions of men coming in. Where are all the women?
I live here. I want to know where you came from and why you are here.
If it keeps going on the way it is, our town won't be recognisable.
It's gonna be your kids next. It's gonna be your mother next. It's gonna be your niece next. And you gotta allow this shit.
We're not going to sit back and allow this. This is our children's future. We're fighting for it.
All for Northern Ireland! Ireland for the Irish!
This is my home. This is my country. This is my culture. And I won't sit back and see it wiped away.
Let me tell you why this is relevant. I went to the Republic of Ireland and I knew. I wore a covert camera, my button was a camera. And I went into the cities and towns that have been flooded with mass migration from Islamic nations, where the hotels, for example, Killarney, one of the most beautiful places. If you travel from Canada or America to the Republic of Ireland, you go to Killarney. And they've filled every hotel with Somalians, with Iraqis, with Syrians. So I went onto the streets and I wore a hidden camera. And I went up to women. I said, excuse me, I'm from England. Can I just ask you, what's it like here now compared to 2 years ago? And the women would say, we can't, you'll see it all on the documentary, we can't walk the streets. And one woman says, I work there, I live there, but my husband has to come here to pick me up to walk me to there because we're getting attacked, we're getting sexually assaulted. So I say, okay, I'm a journalist from the UK. Let me just get my camera. And I'll say, come over here. No, I can't say that on camera. And literally every woman I approached told the truth when they didn't know they were being recorded. And when I said, let me get a camera, they shit themselves, yeah? And then they backed down and said, we can't say that on camera. So I covertly recorded them in order for the public to be aware, this is how the women in Ireland feel. But they're too scared to tell the truth, yeah? Now, what's changed in the last 20 months or 24 months in Great Britain? Because it was the same in Great Britain. You wouldn't have got women telling the truth. Now, women are outside every migrant hotel across our country and they're screaming the truth. They're no longer afraid of telling the truth. There is an army of mothers in Great Britain who have, I don't know if you've seen the Pink Ladies, yeah? This is it was easy to categorise us when we were organising demonstrations, probably because of the way I talk, the way I walk, because of my background and my education. It was easy to pigeonhole us. They can't pigeonhole us anymore, okay? It's mainstream. The British are awake, and what I want you to know as Israelis, and especially as Jews, when we say never again, when I say never again, I mean never again. And I'm not going to stand there, whether you were Jewish or whether you were Hindu. When the Hindus come under attack in Leicester, the first thing I've done was contact the Hindu community and say, we're with you. We're with you. We're not going to stand by. And that wasn't because the Indian government were paying me any money, okay? The same point, I don't get £7,000 a tweet. I wish I did, right? I wish I did. I'd probably be like millions, yeah? But as I said, why do I come here? Why do I speak out? It's the right thing to do. Who are our allies? Our allies are those who defend Western civilization. Israel is the only country where Jews, Muslims and Christians are free to practice their religion. We hear the lie. There is a propaganda war going on that you're losing, okay? Your government are losing it, the Jews are losing it. It's funded by Qatar. Do you know Qatar used to, the way that Qatar used to, they spent nearly £1 billion radicalising Muslims in Europe. They have funded nearly £1 billion. They give home to the Muslim Brotherhood, they give home to Hamas. But the way they used to work is they used to work through dawah centres. They used to work through funding madrasas and funding mosques. Now, there's a new war. That's not how they reach the public. They reach the public with influencers. The conversions, whether it be the conversion of Andrew Tate or the conversion of Sneeko. What's his name? The Jew said steroid did. Dan Bizajan, is it? Dan, what's his name? Dan Bazarian. Okay. There's a picture of him on his social media reading the Quran. Right? Does anyone actually think he's reading the Quran? He probably got £1 million for that post. Yeah. The point is that they have targeted influencers to influence them with propaganda. I know there's not a genocide. I know this is not an apartheid state. I know that Muslims in this country, the problem is, many of the public don't. And if you buy your media from the BBC and you listen to Channel 4 who are here today, then you're going to buy into the propaganda that just once you tell a lie 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. They keep just saying genocide, 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 genocide. What genocide? What genocide? So, as I said, I come here. I'll open up for a Q&A. I think someone's going to come up. But the message I wanted to bring was, Britain is awake. There is a mass awakening happening. There's an uprising happening. The silent majority will be silent no more. We organised an organisation called Unite the Kingdom. Our plan was to unite the kingdom. We had a plan 2 years ago. I think when you look at September 13th, we are doing pretty well, okay? Now, I don't want to upset people by hearing this, but everything that's happened so far had to happen, okay? It had to happen in order to wake people up. That doesn't mean I hate what's happened on October 7th. I watched the video, it broke my heart this week. But the public needed to see the response of governments. We all needed to watch what happened. Every one of us, I had to go to prison. I went to prison last year. I got an 18-month sentence for making a film. That had to happen. Lucy Connolly, a British mother, was locked up for 31 months for a tweet. That had to happen. We needed Keir Starmer in power so that people could see what happens under a Labour government. We needed to see the hatred. Why did we need to see it? Because we need the public to be awake. We need them to see it with their own eyes. So as I said, something huge is happening. We're going to hold our next event. Our next event is not just called Unite the Kingdom, it's called Unite the West. Why is it Unite the Kingdom? And I think your government, in what they're doing, at our last event, we reached out to all the populist parties of Europe and invited them in. Why did we invite them in? People come from all over the world. Why did we invite them in? It's not a British problem. It's not an Israeli problem. It's not a European problem. It's all of our problems, okay? And we are stronger working together. Anyone who defends Western civilization, free speech, equality, democracy, liberty, we need to unite together in the face of jihad. Again, Israel, I've absolutely been shown some love. I'm very grateful to be here. I look forward to my journalism, first and foremost. People say about politics. I don't want to be involved in politics. I like waking people up. I like making people think. One thing I will say is, you know the people who are against us? Many people in this room may have been against me at some time. My DMs are full of people apologising to me, saying, I used to hate you. What we can't do, and I did it for a little while, is I was bitter when people who were opposed to me started saying the same thing as me. But then I realised that this is what we've wanted. We've wanted people to wake up. So to those groups and organisations, and maybe even some Jewish people who are criticising me now, at some point you will wake up, and our arms are open. We don't oppose you. We're not your enemy.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you.
You saw the energy. It's amazing.
I just noticed, yeah. I want to thank again, I thank the Israeli government who have invited, do you know what, I'm used to be getting kicked out of countries, not invited to them. So, as I said, that's maybe part of the mass change. So I want to thank the Israeli government, I want to thank the Likud party who have hosted this event. I want to thank Minister.
Well, Tommy, you now have an idea of what you do means to people here. We are in the midst of a surge of anti-Semitism worldwide, and people know that this fight that we're fighting is right. It's the right side of history, and they know that you're on the same side, and they look up to you, and they're right. And they're right. So, it's hard to stop the energy here. It's like trying to stop a train with your hands. But I do want to change the tone slightly, because when we had a conversation yesterday, I realized it all started very personally for you. There was a niece or a second cousin in your family. Tell us briefly the story that you were 14 back then, and so was she.
I had a relative who was a victim of these rape gangs in my hometown of Luton. Do you know what's crazy is, do you know how many girls I went to school with who have been victims of these gangs? I don't think anyone quite understands the scale of the rape of Britain. That's why I called my series The Rape of Britain. And it was personal to me. And many of the things have been personal to me. Do you know, I gave a presentation. That interview that you saw earlier with Yisrael Shalom was a presentation at Oxford University. And I walked into Oxford University, it was a large crowd. They hated me. They absolutely hated me. I was getting booed, I was getting hissed. When you go to Oxford University, it's one of the best debating chambers in the world. You go for a 3-course meal. I didn't get invited for any meal, okay? I went and I walked in and they hated me. And I stood up and told my story. And what I said to him is, I want you to think about where you live, but you don't live where I live. You haven't experienced what I've experienced. So I went through my life, and one of those things was the fact that my relative was raped, and she woke up being raped by loads of bearded Muslims, and she ran naked as a child. She was then hooked on heroin. She would end up climbing out the window to get back to the Islamic rape gangs, yeah? What did the police do? Nothing. They labelled her a drug addict. She was a child. So this prostitution, this rape, has gone on across our country, but all of these issues have been personal to me because I've grown up in a town plagued by these problems. And now, all the things I warned about 15 years ago, I didn't have a crystal ball. I just experienced it. And I knew that Luton was a blueprint for the rest of the country. So the problems that I saw in Luton, the whole country now sees. It's happening across our whole country. And all the things I talked about have been proven as factual. Where I remember sitting on TV and doing interviews with Jeremy Paxman, where they were looking at me with such contempt when I was trying to discuss these issues. And none of those videos have aged well for them. And they've aged well for us, and I don't take any satisfaction in that. I just wish that 10 years ago, or longer, that they would have listened. Because how many more girls could have been saved? We could have addressed these issues. We've been trying to highlight these problems.
As you were speaking, I got this text message from Amiad. Amiad is here. Jewish man arrested after his Star of David antagonized protesters. Is that something that happens in England? Do you understand what the issue was about? So a Jewish man was accused for wearing a Star of David because that antagonized other people.
So I tried to. Do you not remember the demonstration in London? Was it organised by Gideon or something? No, okay. And then that same gentleman. So I went to a demonstration in London, an anti-Semitism demonstration, and I went to report on it as a journalist. And when I turned up, the police come in and said, "You need to leave London." I said, "I'm here to do my job as a journalist, please. I'm here at work." And then as I went to leave, I was attacked by the police. I was pepper sprayed. I was arrested at the request of the organiser of the demonstration, apparently. Now, that same organiser of the demonstration didn't request that the far left groups, The Guardian, who continually attack Israel, they didn't request that any of them were prevented. So, what the gentleman's making a point of, I believe that the police then told that Gideon a few weeks later, "You are visibly a Jew. You can't walk down here." Yeah. Now, how can it be provocative
to walk the streets as a Jew. That's when we know we've got a problem. We spoke about the Tel Aviv football match. I just want to make something clear about the Tel Aviv game as well. I wasn't calling for turning up with a mob of men. When I said I'll go to that game, if Jewish fans are allowed to go to that game, I will go as a journalist and I will document what it's like. Do you know what's insane is? The media and the Muslim politicians are trying to blame the Israeli fans for what happened in Amsterdam, when there was an orchestrated and organised mass attack against Jews, a massive organised attack against Jews. But that is where they just totally twist the story. So again, I think what's happened recently is the Birmingham police have basically said that Jews are not safe in Birmingham, which we know anyway. I think most people know that. Yeah?
We're going to take questions from the crowd. It's a very big crowd, so we asked anybody with a question who we point at should go to one of the aisles. We'll reach you with a microphone. State your name, where you're from, and a question, please. Not a speech, but I think the first question. Sheffy, do you have a question? If not, your second. Think about one, and we'll get with the microphone to you. There. Susie, here in the front line, please, with the microphone. There's supposed to be people
Who's got the
beside
microphone?
you, the microphone. The microphone. There's a lady with a microphone. Susie's in the front. Guys.
Microphone.
The microphone here to the front, please.
It's there. It's there. Look, it's there.
To the front here.
It's there.
Where's the mic?
There you go. It's
Come
there.
on.
Hey,
No.
is it working?
You got it somewhere else? We'll start there. Okay. Who's got the mic?
Hi, Tommy. Thank you so much for coming here. My name is Rivka Duray. I live between Jerusalem, Israel, and Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a filmmaker, and I want to collaborate with your team on a film that is exactly what you're working on. Who do I get in touch with?
Why is it?
So let us moderate and please direct the microphone to where we point.
Come down here.
Okay?
Come down here.
So the microphone to the front, please, now.
If you just go, darling, my colleague there, in this corner here.
Yeah.
Take
So-
that one.
Where is the mic, guys?
Aiden.
Jay, where's the mic? Okay, come to the... No, sir with the mic, come please to where we point. No, you're going the wrong way. Yes, Susie, please.
Thank you so much for coming. Susie from New York City. My question is, with the destruction of free speech in Britain and no right to bear arms, what do the British people have at their disposal to fight back?
Yeah, I'll just answer. Every move they've made, so you talk about free speech. Recently, I made a documentary. I was given an injunction not to show that documentary. And I was told I'll get a 2-year prison sentence if I did show that documentary. I released it. It got 167 million views. And so last year, my imprisonment was meant to demoralise our support. Lucy Connolly, a mother, was locked up for 31 months. That was meant to put fear into the mothers of Britain. Peter Lynch, a grandfather, was locked up for a non-violent crime and he died in jail. All of the things the government have done to try and silence and put out the fire, instead of putting out the fire of the British public's heart, they have lit a fire in the hearts and bellies of every British person. Everything that's happening. So they can try and take speech. If they bring out a new Islamophobia law, I promise you I will break it very publicly the first day. Yeah? Because the only solution to their attacks on free speech is for us to exercise more free speech, regardless of the consequences. So, you're right, we don't have firearms. We don't, but do you know, I've said for years, I've watched for years and said, when the swing happens from left to right, when the people who have been whispering and silenced, when they finally start talking, when they feel free to talk, it's going to be one almighty scream. It's going to happen so quick, so fast, and none of us know what the defining moment of Europe will be. I've been waiting for it. It wasn't the Ariana Grande concert, 26 people bombed. It wasn't the synagogue attack. It wasn't the Westminster Bridge attack. It wasn't the Black Clan Theatre. Now, defining moments change the direction of a country. Bloody Sunday in Ireland changed the direction of that conflict. Something's going to happen in Europe. Something's going to happen, who knows? Maybe it'll be the first party that tries to enforce the law against the Islamic community with deportations. Who knows what it's going to be? But when that swing happens, it's going to happen so quick, so fast. I'm optimistic. I wasn't optimistic. With what I've seen, you have to remember, I have been in this 15 years. I walk the streets of every town and city, so I see how the public feel. I know there is a revolution brewing in Great Britain. The public are not taking it anymore. I know that. I'm very confident.
Thank you.
Very confident.
Next, please, Sheffy Paz, and then Dr. Mordechai Teda.
It's a female Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, okay. We met on Wednesday in South Tel Aviv. You saw the mass migration in Israel. And you know what struck me most was that you said again and again and again, it's the same thing. It's the same thing like at home, it's the same thing in Britain. And my question, I didn't have the time to ask you, how are we going to work together, all of us? All the anti-migration in Western Europe, because it's the same fight when we talk about it, it's the same fight for nationality, for freedom, for a sense of belonging, for identity. And we have no other choice. But to take all the forces together and to work together. I'll talk with you about it later. And think about it. It's not me, it's not you, it's all of you, all of Western civilization.
I think that coming to Israel and finding a video and finding Jews within Tel Aviv who feel that mass migration is changing and affecting their culture, it's exactly the same as how we feel. But so many people who attack me would blame the Jews for the migration that's happening in Europe. So that's why coming here and meeting Jews in Tel Aviv who are being pushed out of their community by Eritreans and Sudanese, and your government have tried to tackle this. You've tried to challenge the judiciary. You've tried to challenge the Supreme Court. It's the same story in every country. When you say, how are we going to do it? As I said, we brought European politicians together. Our next event will be Unite the Kingdom, Unite the West. This problem affects all of us. I think your government have done a great job in reaching out to the parties, such as Santiago from Vox. I think that the future belongs to patriots, the future belongs to borders, the future belongs to strong leadership. And I think that your government and all the leading populist parties across Europe, I've watched for years and thought, well, there's a mass migration problem in Spain, and there's a mass migration problem in France and in Britain. Why are all these patriots in all these countries not united under one banner? Yeah? Which is what the goal of what we did at our last event is. Why we brought the political parties in the hope that when we do our next one, we can maybe see simultaneous demonstrations happening in capital cities across Europe to show that Europe, it's not just Europe, Israel, we hope will be part of it. We hope that every Western nation will be part of it.
Before we move to Dr. Mordechai Teda, who's going to be next, Tommy, let me ask you, what do we do against the rise of anti-Semitism on the right, on the anti-immigration right, against the Tucker Carlsons of the world? How are we going to face that?
I think that the Jews get banded together as one big group. Yeah? It's the Jews. That's what I hear. Well, I haven't met a bad Jew. Yeah? And I haven't met anyone that doesn't love Britain. I haven't met a non-patriotic Jew. So I think that what we've seen in my invitation here is a separation of some of the organisations which I feel give all Jews a bad name. Yeah? And they want open border mass immigration, but not because they're Jews, because they're leftists and because they're liberals. Yeah? So I think that the more you see those groups called out as not representative of the Jews or of British Jews, they have just given themselves the voice. We represent the Jews, we talk for the Jews. No, you don't. And I'm yet to find a Jew that you actually talk for.
They certainly don't talk for us. For those of you who don't know, the Board of Deputies in England came out against Minister Shikli for inviting Tommy Robertson. And you're asking yourself, whose side are you on? Do you understand where the danger is coming from? Do you understand?
The Board of Deputies are working alongside and in bed with many pro-Palestinian organisations who are marching along calling for the rest to the sea. The Board of Deputies want to pass an Islamophobia law that would make it illegal to talk about the grooming gangs or even talk about October 7th. The Board of Deputies want a two-phase solution. The Board of Deputies are in bed with the Labour Party who just recognise the Palestinian state. The Board of Deputies have sold out the Jewish community of Great Britain.
You know, absolutely.
But to the Board of Deputies, when you realise you're wrong, we'll still welcome you back into the fold. We don't hate you.
It is a predicament we face when organizations like J Street in America are calling for an embargo on weapons on us in the midst of a war. So this is a serious problem. We have to face it. Dr. Mordechai Kendall, an Orientalist, is here in front. Mordechai, bevasha.
Two things I missed in your excellent presentation. One is the role of the judicial system in Britain in all this picture. And second is the Qatari money, where this is influencing what happens in Britain.
Qatari money. It's influencing universities, it's influencing politicians, it's influencing influencers, it's influencing everything. Qatar is influencing everything. I don't want a penny of Qatari money being allowed into Great Britain. I think our government needs to cut ties with them. I think that they need to be recognised as a terrorist state that they are. They fund terrorism. The Muslim Brotherhood are a massive problem. And many of the Arab nations understand how to deal with this. The judicial system. I've experienced the judicial system. We don't, as you've all seen, we don't have a justice system. We have a legal system. And when they want to put a target on you, they will find something to nail you on. As I said, I've just faced a court case last week. Yeah? I have faced lawfare for 15 years, and I don't claim to stand here being anything other than I am. Yeah? I don't claim to be an angel. I'm a normal working class kid from Luton Town. I've made mistakes. Yeah? Who wouldn't make mistakes? I went from work. When I was 25 years old, I owned 7 houses and I had 2 successful businesses. Within 6 months, I was leading the biggest street protest movement the country's seen. I have been taken on a whirlwind of an experience to understand media, to understand the police. The country I thought I lived in, I very quickly realised I didn't live in. I thought I lived in the beacon of freedom and democracy. I thought we had free speech until I started exercising my free speech. So the judiciary, I faced prison on the 4th of November when I returned to the UK. The difference is the monopoly and the power that the media had. If they send me to jail, it benefits us now. Yeah? More people will wake up and see that there is no justice in the system, that it is corrupt. And we all need, I saw the leader of El Salvador said, unless we sort out the mafia of the judiciary, none of us are going to save our countries. And I think your country's going through that, right? You're trying to tackle the judiciary. And then you're trying to tackle the judiciary.
Question from the other side. Gentlemen, the gentleman there, please tell us who you are, where you come from, and a question.
All right. First of all, nice to meet you. It's been a long time coming. Thank you for being here. My name is Robbie. I'm originally from Edgeware, London. I moved here 10 years ago. My question really is, obviously everyone is calling for an election. No one really knows if that's going to happen, like in the UK. Do you think there's actually a chance that there will be a leadership in the UK that will actually protect the Jews? Because this leadership right now, we saw the Manchester bombing, the shooting at the synagogue, and there were Palestinian protests literally hours later, and nothing was done.
I'll be honest.
Jane, stay there.
Yeah. No, I'll be honest. I think we need Keir Starmer, and I think we need him for another 3 years. Because I think, well, I'm sorry, I do, because I think the problem has to get that bad, and the public have to see it, that when we want a government to enforce real change, the public are ready for that change. Unfortunately, I think Reform will win in the next election. I'll be honest, I don't think Nigel Farage is going to be that great friend of Israel. I think Nigel Farage, it is the best we have. But I think that we have to push Nigel Farage. I think that Advance UK, which is a new political party, I think that public opinion, as I said, outside of politics, Nigel will go which way the wind flows. Yeah? If 3 million people turn up to our next event, and you see the Star of David, and you see discussions around Israel, and you see every other community and country coming together, it will push them. Because I'm sorry, but I think Nigel Farage made a comment, and I don't want to get into a slagging match here, but Nigel made a comment in an interview where he said by 2050, the Islamic community is going to be that strong in the UK, we can't alienate them. Now, how do you not alienate the Islamic community? You're going to have to throw the Jews under the bus. Yeah? You're going to have to not stand up. So, unfortunately, if you've got a leader, well, Reform are winning the election, I think, yeah? If you've got a leader who's already putting up the white flag to a hostile community, then it doesn't bear much hope. So I don't bear much hope in Nigel Farage unless he's pushed and forced by public opinion. I just think that, I'd be, you know Jews say they're worried. I understand you're worried. So are we. Everyone's worried. Non-Jews are worried. Everyone's worried. Our daughters are getting raped in every town and city up and down the country. Yeah? No one wants to talk about it. So I just think that, I think Jews need to understand they're not alone. And I think that more outreach, which your government have done here and are continuing to do across Europe, is the most important thing. And a united front against all of it, where Jews realise that you're not isolated as a Jewish community, you're a British community, and there's many that stand with you. But yeah, the future only good.
Daniela, say who you are, where you're from, and a question, not a speech.
I'm Danielle, I'm from Israel, and I want to ask you something. I lived through the second Intifada in Israel, and I've been to multiple suicide bombings. So when I hear someone promoting the chant, globalize the Intifada, I know exactly what it means. The question is, how do we actually tackle this subject and explain to people that it's not a spiritual journey, it's actually a call for a genocide and murder of all people, and not just the Jews in Israel.
First Saturday, then Sunday, as you say, Tommy.
Yeah, as we say, first Saturday and Sunday, which is what I think my job is to let the British public know that, which is what I say, in my view, if Israel falls, we fall. Yeah? Do we actually think, I say to people, do you actually think that if all these surrounding jihadi groups, the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas, say they were successful and they pillaged their way through this country and take control of it, do you actually think they're stopping there? Does anyone actually really think that these organisations, if anyone understands how they think, they want a global caliphate? They're not bothered about Israel, they want New York, they want London, they want everywhere, yeah? They want everywhere. So how do we stop it? When you talk about how we stop it, by becoming the media. Because unfortunately, it's just education. It's literally awakening the public and making them understand what's happening. How do we do that when we haven't, as I said, we haven't had control? We have a phrase now in the UK where we all join together saying, we are the media, yeah? As I said, the mainstream media, if there are any here today, no one's listening to you anymore, really, yeah? It's about building, we're trying to build a media brand. As I said, you've seen these documentaries. These documentaries should be watched by 10, 20, 30, 40 million people, yeah? That's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen.
Let's take one more question on this side and one more question on this side, and then Tom, you still got another event for the VIP.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
All right. Yeah, gentlemen, please introduce yourself, Mister.
Yeah,
introduce
Josh
yourself.
From here in Israel. Absolute honor talking to you, Tommy. My question to you is, how much longer does just talking work? Where we're combating violence with just talking, when is it going to get to the breaking point where Britain doesn't have any other options? And how would you combat that by taking the higher road?
We need to win the hearts. I get what you're saying, but our job is to win the hearts and minds of the public. Yeah? You're not going to win the hearts and minds of the public by throwing bricks and smashing bottles. And I understand that. Yeah? We want people to listen to us, to understand us. And I think, as I said, we've got a vision, we've got a goal. I think we're working on it. And we're waking the public up. And when the public are awake, politicians shift. They're cowards. You see the Labour Party conference, they're all waving the Union Jack. Every single politician is now talking about being a patriot. Yeah? We're patriots because they can see the swing in public opinion. I personally think that all we have to do is wake the country up. You can see the swing across Europe. You can see the voting patterns. You can see that the future of Europe belongs to, whether it be Vox, whether it be Gert. Do you know Gert Wilders? When I started my activism, I love going out.
Jay, take this gentleman in the white shirt there, and that would be the last, and we're sorry that we can't tell to everyone. It's a long night. Yeah, give it that gentleman with the kippah. Yeah.
Hi there, Tommy. Thank you for coming to Israel. I'm born in London and came to Israel. Avraham J, pleased to meet you in person. Question, why do you think, because it's so illogical to me how we got in this situation in the first place. What is the agenda of, you call the globalists, the leftists, the communists? Why would they be pushing so hard for this failed diversity project that is endangering so many people, losing the identity of Britain, losing the identity, making Jews feel so unsafe and so on? What's the driving force behind that?
Digital ID and control. You've seen the Labour Party have come out to deal with the migrant crisis. They're going to introduce digital ID to deal with, which is going to enslave all of us. I think that it's not a fluke and it's not a mistake what's happening. Every single Western nation, and we now know Israel is one of them, is being flooded with migration, which is affecting all of us. It's affecting our security, our stability, and it's affecting our culture. Yeah? And if you weaken someone's culture, you weaken their country, you weaken the men, you're not going to face the resistance that you would. You weaken the family and you break the family. You control the next generation of kids. And I think that what was a conspiracy theory, every conspiracy theory seems to be coming true, right? So I just think that total control is what they're looking for.
Take back the culture!
Look at what the United Nations say about Israel. Yeah? Look, the United Nations are a massive problem. The United Nations, and I think that at some point people are going to have to decide what future they want for their country. And at some point you're not going to be able... Do you know in 2009 when I started the English Defence League, as I said, I had 7 houses and I had 2 businesses. I could have moved, yeah? Which most people just move. Move away from the problem, I'm all right, I'm fine. When do you stop moving? You're going to end up on the beach. Yeah? At some point you have to stop running away from this problem and confront it. And right now I think we're at a point where Britain is ready to confront it. The public are ready to listen. We had the English Defence League. We tried to start a European Defence League. Europe wasn't ready. Geert Wilders has gone from here to here. Yeah? The Swedish Democrats, when I started, were on 1.5% of the vote, and now on 22. As I said, it's encouraging if you look at the voting patterns of Europe. And I'm encouraged, so I can just say personally, I know that the British public are awake and the country is ready for real change.
מה שאמרתי לכם, ניידים ונייחים. Tommy Robinson, thank you very much for your speech.
Again, I'm very grateful for the love of being shown, and just keep fighting, keep fighting.
Tommy,
thank you for the support, everyone.
Tommy!
Stop the hate, stop the hate.
Tommy, you're standing down. You won't let me off the question.
Thank you, Gotti. Thank you, everyone. Lila Tov. Have a great week. I'll see you at the next salon.
I'm
Latino.
They need to hear Latino, the Jewish people. No wonder we're murdered on October 7th. They need to hear us.
What's the question you want to ask him? So about it? This is it. He's all following his listen. We've got 150,000.
In 2022, right? He wrote in the Urban Scoop. Okay? He wrote in the Urban Scoop.
What year?
In 2022. I've got the article. Okay? He wrote in an article, headline...
Let's move away from the music because it's going to cut out.
The Jewish Question. He wrote an article called The Jewish Question, where he wrote, and he said this, there are powerful Jewish people claiming to be Zionists who have their fingers on buttons of power in the entertainment industry, in big tech, in mainstream media, in the music industry, in Hollywood, and in governments. I would like him to clarify that.
I can clarify it because it was in TR News in 2000. It was when I was
in Urban Scoop.
It was in 2000
I want him to tell me.
So stop
why
lying for a second and chill out. I'll tell you the answer because you're a liar. That wasn't in Urban Scoop. It was in TR News when I was leading TR News, and we fired the person that wrote that It was not Tommy Robinson. So nice try on you, Smear. Now go away and join the rest of those.
It's not a smear. It is the truth.
It's a smear. He never wrote that. He never said that. Stop lying about Tommy Robinson.
Get your finger out of my face.
I'll get your finger wherever I want.
He's a leftist.
Don't lie. If you're gonna bring something real.
I'm Latino. I'm Latino. Don't mind them. Don't mind them. You're my brother.
I'm sorry I'm worked up about that, but this guy came here armed with an absolute lie. The Jewish deputy.
Freedom of speech was not hate of speech.
Relax.
All he has brought here to this country.
For what?
Now,
What? Relax. Relax.
Get back. Get back.
Relax, my brother.
You need to hear my voice. I'm Latino. I'm Mexican. You need to hear me. Because you're bringing hate.
What's it going to do with you being Mexican?
No. You know why? Because they kill Latinos too. There were some of them, they were not Jewish people. Fuck Hamas. And you know what? They killed my friend, Orion Hernandez. You need to hear this. It's not just about Jewish people. They're coming for us, Latinos and Latin America. As a Mexican, I'm telling you, my own country, they voted for a Jewish president for the first time in history, a woman. And you know what the problem? That she fucking recognized a Palestinian state. That's the problem. Some Jewish people are fucking us up. My own people, as a Mexican, as a Jewish people, I'm telling you, they kill Latinos. I'm telling you, this is not 1948. This is not 1940s. This time we fight back.
Avi Yamini is the man. This guy, Avi Yamini, I follow him. I follow him on social media. I follow Avi Yamini on social media. He's, first of all, he's like me, Yemenite, right? You're like ancestors? Yemeni. Temani. Like me. He's a great man, a great journalist. He's a big supporter of Israel, and he speaks the truth. And Rebel Media, I've been following them for years, and I love them, and I love you, Avi. You're great.
Good to see you in person. Please ask a really quick question. A question I've always been wondering is, clearly in Europe the birth rates are decreasing, and in the increase of Islamization and children are increasing. How can this topic be issued if the birth rates are increasing and European population are decreasing? Sorry, I'm a little nervous, so I hope I said the question right.
Look, I don't have the answer.
They need to bring the Latino and the Spanish because we're losing the war in Spanish. We're losing the fucking war in Spanish, and I speak Spanish.
What is it? Yeah,
it's about politics. I didn't manage to ask him. Case in point, he talked about Luton and communities there in England where 25 to like 30% of the male are rapists. At some point, it will not be enough to stop the boats. We'll have to send people back. I'm not saying anyone, but I'm saying if a child, for example, grew up in a community where 20 to 30% of the people tend to rape, you are not going to solve, let me finish, please. You are not going to solve the problem without changing the mind of the public. Here, it's all said and well. We are about 2,500 people. You have to change the minds of the public. Here in Israel, we didn't manage to open the gates, even of Gaza, to people who wanted to live out like freely. Who wanted to. How are we going to change the minds of the public, of the EU, of the UN, of telling people, okay, it's not going to be compatible. Islam and Western values are not compatible. Let those people leave. How do we normalize the idea that we have to tell some communities it's not going to be okay? Take $30,000, live to Kenya, live to I don't know, Bangladesh, etc. I don't know. Maybe I'm not trying to invoke violence. What I'm trying to say is, what is a viable way to change the mind of the public, of the 750 million people in Europe?
I would say, forget about the point, the end point that you're trying to make there to repatriate the solution. The fact that Tommy Robinson is now getting 1 million at least people on the street standing for these issues, I think the hearts and minds of the average person is actually shifting. That's the truth. And I've seen it because I was almost a decade ago standing by Tommy when I was condemned almost broadly by the Jewish community, by the leadership, absolutely, but even by most of the community. Whereas today, hearts and minds in the Jewish community, but also in the wider community has also opened up to someone like Tommy Robinson.
I respect you, my friend, but we are not going to solve this
I
problem
don't have the
without
answer for you.
sending violent back.
I don't argue. You're not going to get an argument.
Let me get a little bit of a... So I think you need to do what Trump's doing right now and actually sending people back. Anybody who's there illegally, send them back. Anybody who commits a violent crime, send them back. Anybody who rapes a child, castrate them. Whatever, send them back. Whatever you need to do, just get them out of your community. They're dangerous people that are overrunning all of Western society, and if we don't act now, it's going to get much, much worse.
Well,
it might sound drastic, but it's what can you do? It's a war.
Listen.
They're literally fighting a war against us.
Listen, I grew up in Britain in the 70s, okay? I'm English, I also ended up here, I'm also Jewish, and a long complicated story. And I've been supporting Tommy for the past 7 years, so I'm really thrilled to sort of see him and meet you at last. But I agree, we have to just stand up and say this is nonsense. You know, I'm a teacher. Any classroom, you deal with bullies. You don't say, oh, well, you can look after that bit of the classroom and you can make a mess of it. No, you tell them exactly, this is my classroom, you get out, you toe the line or you get out. Britain is my country. And I feel very, very angry about the whole situation I've watched happening from afar. I feel very angry that I daren't even visit England because I'm scared of being arrested, because I dare to actually speak my mind and speak freely, as is my right that I grew up with. We need, in some way, we can't go back, but we need to resurrect the good old-fashioned free speech and good old-fashioned common sense. It's, you know,
well
that's
said.
what it is.
There you go.
That's one thing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hi, so first of all, bloody pleasure to meet you. Watch you all the time on YouTube, amazing. I served in the IDF, right? And even years later, I go back to the UK every so often to visit family. It's genuinely got to a point where it's like, you're so afraid to go because you don't know what's going to happen. I like talking to people, I'm an extrovert, I talk to everybody. But the last couple of times I've been back, and it's been during the war, there's been so much hate that you literally do not know who is, going to even maybe take your side, right? So do you think there's a chance that people who literally just watch TikTok nowadays and YouTube, you think there's ever a chance they'll actually think, hold on, there's two sides to every story, maybe we're wrong?
Maybe you're wrong about what?
About the whole situation here. Most people who come here, like Tommy, people who've never been here before, I have friends who aren't Jewish who came to Israel on like a birthright kind of trip, and they absolutely loved it. They went back and they said, this is amazing. And you wish most people in England would be like them and just, actually take a chance to come here. They're not going to come here. But do you think there'll ever be a time where people will actually say, you know what, maybe there's a chance that people...
I think a lot of people are going to backtrack. We see that. We've seen that with so many issues like COVID and whatever. People can easily backtrack. There's certain people that won't backtrack because they have a religious reason not to. And where? Sorry, I'm doing 5 things.
Good to meet you.
Hold on.
Really good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I want you to ask him a question.
I know. Are you coming out?
Okay, I'd like you to
Come
ask
here.
him.
Up. 1 second. Yeah.
I want you to ask why these people are not coming out to face the hate marches in the UK.
They do though.
No, they don't. They don't come out. I'm part of Stop the Hate and I will fight UK. Okay? We are the only group that stands in front of the marches. Why aren't Tommy's people coming in front of the marches?
Look, I don't know.
But that's a good question.
I don't think he wants to encourage people to go and fight because there it's a different thing.
Nobody wants a fight. We want a counter.
Do you want to just put that down? Do you want to put down the... Give me that. Sorry, guys. We've just got a couple of things going on. We'll keep this stream going and then we'll go to talk to Tommy about how he thinks it all went tonight. I thought it was fabulous. Hold on. Come 1 second.
You don't like to talk with each other. That's the problem with these countries.
I'm just going to talk to him.
Debate is a good debate.
Against something or like?
We're fucking wrong. There is no debate. It's not a debate.
Minister. He came up and asked Tommy a question about an article he didn't write in a publication from years ago. I'm standing here now. I've told you I was the one in charge managing the website at the time. When that article you claim he wrote, he didn't write, and the guy and the girl that wrote it was fired. That's all you have. You have a complete lie. You're armed with a lie.
עליתי מאנגליה, בשנות ה-80, הייתי נגד תנועת, בוא נגיד, הפטריוטים של ה-National Front, נגד היהודים. אני רוצה להבין, אני חושב שפתאום הוא חבר טוב של היהודים.
Say it in English. He understands English very well. What he's asking.
Ryan, so first of all, I'm very happy you made Aliyah and that you are here with us. This is first, as a Zionist. The second thing I want to say about Tommy, so as you mentioned, I have heard many bad things regarding Tommy, and I was asking at the beginning of the war, when I first hear his statements regarding Hamas and against radical Islam, and I said, why wouldn't we connect with this very interesting guy, with this very passionate leader? And really many people had said bad things about him, and I said, maybe I'll need to wait. And I was, for a year and a half, following almost every tweet, every event, every interview, listening, and saying, I'm looking for this anti-Semitic comment. I've never heard anything anti-Semitic from Tommy Robinson.
And if you had heard,
never.
And if you had heard, what would you do?
I wouldn't invite him.
So if I bring it to you now,
just a Kanye West.
I would no. I would condemn it.
Is there anything tonight when you were sitting here that made you feel a bit? Ooh, I don't agree with that. Nothing. Everything he said here, you agreed with 100%.
He mentioned the groom gang in the UK, which was a very big story and very important story. I think that he understands the problem with radical Islam, with what's going on all across Europe.
Do you also think that the border deputies is in cahoots with the pro-Palestinian movement?
Somewhat, yes.
I was on the board.
You were on the board.
Officially.
I would say this.
And the Jewish Leadership Council and the Union and UJA.
Let me answer. Let me answer regarding. Look, I've been in touch with the Board of Deputies. Unfortunately, I never attacked them publicly. They were the one to go against me on a personal level, and against Tommy on a very personal level with very nasty words. So I think that was a miserable decision by the Board of Deputies to undermine the efforts of the Israeli government to decide that this is a democratic elected government. We are a conservative government. We work with conservative leaders worldwide. I'm very proud to work with Santi Abascal from Vox. I'm very happy to work with Wilders, Orban, or other leaders. Despite we can have disagreements here and there, that's okay, but we are working with conservative leaders. Now, regarding the Board of Deputies, I wish they would see the true nature of the work of Tommy, and I think it's strategic important to connect with leaders who are standing with Israel proudly, standing against Hamas proudly.
One last question for you,
yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Shikley. Shall we
English.
Oh, okay, what's in English? You send me the, I don't know what.
It's live now. There's probably 150,000 people watching you make a fool of yourself.
It's good that there's honest reporting.
That's right.
As Minister of the Diaspora, not Foreign Minister, Minister of the Diaspora, the Jewish communities overseas. Do you think you have helped the Jewish community in the UK today by doing this? as diaspora,
Yeah.
not as
100%.
strengthening
100%.
Israel.
I would say yes, and yes, and I'll tell you why. You know what? I go to France when we worked with RN, with Jordan Bardella and Marine Le Pen, and you know we all know the father of Marine Le Pen, and we know his views, and we obviously disagree, and we not disagree. It's a disaster, and it was a very bad man regarding the Jewish community, and that's a fact. And when I saw Marine Le Pen standing with the Jewish community at the beginning of the war, in a march against anti-Semitism, and I saw Macron, that he didn't come, he didn't show up, and I said, Rega, what's going on? She's going to the event, she's with the Jewish community, and he's banning. And next, she spoke against the ICC, ICJ decisions. She spoke against recognizing a Palestinian state after October 7th. The same goes to Bardella. So, and I think that in France and in the UK, the greatest threat for the Jewish community is radical Islamist. We all saw what happened in Manchester. We all know the name of the murderer. His name is Jihad, okay? His name speaks for himself. That is the threat for the Jewish community. And without bold leadership, and Keir Starmer is not a bold leader, is actually not a leader, but we need serious leaders who identify the threat.
And you see Tommy Robertson as a serious leader.
I think
Yeah,
that a man that brings
Tommy
1
Robinson
million...
as a serious leader
I
who
think that-
who has a moral compass, who shares the values that you share.
Yes.
You share the same values as Tommy Robinson.
Some of them, yeah.
Which value?
We are both
So the only thing you pinpointed tonight is because he said something against a Jewish
I know,
board of
look.
deputies.
לא בחרטון, בתבור. בתבור.
בתבור,
Yeah.
נכון? אז
Yeah, I know,
בית
I know.
ספר במודיעין,
All right, so there you have it, guys. The one leftist that came here to smear Tommy, to ask him a serious question. He came armed with a false article, which I know personally because I was managing TR News at the time, and I know who wrote that, and she was fired immediately because it wasn't Tommy Robinson, and it wasn't in 2022. And then when that failed, he tried to trip up the minister to say, do you support everything he said tonight? And what was the big issue? What was the big issue? Is that, my goodness, he said that the Jewish Board of Deputies were no good. Well, as a Jew, as a past Jewish Board of Deputies
I was
guy,
on the board of deputies. And
how are they? Did you agree with what Tommy
I'm
Robinson
going to
said
say
about it
something.
tonight?
I now live in Israel. Not the only reason. One of the reasons I moved to Israel is I was so sick and fed up of our Jewish communal institutions.
I think I got another anti-Semite.
That was one of the reasons I immigrated to Israel last year.
He's another anti-Semite. Mate, you haven't got. Give me one thing of substance. I'll get you up there with Tommy. One thing.
I want to have a conversation with
Mate, you're a lying smear artist.
They're all Labour Party officials.
You absolutely are. You're a liar. You brought up an article from something he didn't write. Give me one thing that he's ever said against Jews. Give me one thing.
with him.
Why would he talk to a liar? There's enough media out there. Okay. Is he an anti-Semite? Is he an
I moved
anti-Semite?
to Israel because I was so fed up with the Jewish community. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter.
You're the problem. You're the problem for British Jews. People like you.
I was on the board of deputies, and I could tell you, everyone.
It's a mistake, but it is the problem. I don't look. I'm disagreeing passionately.
The people on the board of deputies, they're rich, middle class. People don't work in part. They're mainly Reform Jews, not Orthodox Jews, and they're obsessed with being like in the highest levels of British society. They want to be in the House of Lords. They want, preferably for the Labour Party. They're all Labour Party officials. They want to get MBEs and OBEs, and the way to do that is not to cozy up to someone like Tommy Robinson. Because if you cozy up to Tommy Robinson, you're not going to get an MBE.
You'll get an invite to Luton Hotel.
No, they have to do interfaith events with Muslims. So the board of deputies, they push for mass immigration.
They want us to come out, but I just want to get your reaction. I just want to ask you, Minister. Were you surprised by the turnout here tonight? Were you happy with the event? How do you?
It was beyond my expectations. I was thinking we're gonna have 500 people. I think we crossed more than 1,000. It's beautiful, and I wasn't aware. I knew that people appreciate the work of Tommy. I appreciate his leadership, his courage to say the truth. And what we've saw today is, that is beyond imagination, a huge event, high energy, and people, and we saw it in the market in Machane Yehuda on Friday, people support the work of Tommy, support his efforts to say the truth regarding radical Islam, the danger for every citizen in Britain, and not just in Britain, but also in Spain and France and Israel. We are at the same fight against radical Islam, against woke, progressive ideology that tries to shut down the political debate. And that's it. And I think we are on the right track. And with more people like Tommy Robinson, we just go out and say the truth, we can win this battle.
Do you think that this trip has been a success? You invited him this is a state visit, it's controversial. Do you regret it, or do you think this has been successful? You look like you're walking with regret.
I think it was a very important decision. I wasn't aware that it's gonna cause that much of attention and opposition, and from I was expecting the Board of Deputies to go against it, but maybe in a more polite way. But we are really, as Tommy said, we are welcoming the Board of Deputies to join us and to understand that this is a partner of the Jewish people, the Zionist movement, and that's it.
Well, Tommy did say that he will welcome everyone with open arms, even those that have rallied against him. And I think that actually shows the kind of man he is.
I think that one thing about Tommy, authenticity, that's something that is so much in need today. Authentic leadership. People who say the simple truth, who speak to ordinary people in the most simple words. And that is something that we can see with Trump, and we can see it with Milei, and we can see it with Abascal, and we can see it with Salvini, and more people that are, that are being called populist as a bad thing. But I think that these true leaders are the real thing.
Minister, thank you.
Thank
Look,
you, Avi.
I'm not here. I don't vote. I don't. but I do appreciate the fact that you did stand up. You did invite him, and you didn't cower to the pressure. I tell you now, I was questioning whether you would, because I know what it feels like to be under that immense pressure, and I don't care what people think about you here. Like, it doesn't matter what they think about you here. You did the right thing, and you didn't back down, and for that, you deserve the credit.
Avi. Thanks. We are afraid of nothing. We are going with the truth. We are going with God, and that's it.
And isn't it great that such a brave man is our height?
Yeah, that's absolutely great, and I think that it is also strategic for the State of Israel to have a direct connection to the streets of London, to the streets of Birmingham and Luton, to ordinary British people, people to people connectivity through leaders like Tommy Robinson. Thank you, Avi.
Mate, all right, let's quickly get Tommy Robinson wrap up. Where is the midget? I can't see him. 1 minute, where's the midget? Does anyone see a really tiny man? Oh, here we go. We'll just get a wrap up from Tommy Robinson. So as you saw, I think how many hours have we been going? I think we're a good 4 hours into our coverage of tonight's event here, which I don't think you can class it as anything else but an absolute success. You saw how many chairs they had set up when we first got here, and not only were there no empty chairs, they had to bring out even more. There was probably, I think, out of the crowd of, I don't know, a couple of thousand maybe here, there was, I would say, guessing, were there 3 or 4 protesters? How many? 2 protesters, all right, 2 protesters, and then the one at the end that riled me up a bit. I got a bit frustrated with the fact that he was bringing up an article that I personally knew, and that stopped me. The thing is, when they bring out these smears, these lies, and he came prepared with it all written, it throws people who don't know. Like, if I wasn't aware of that particular article that he was trying to use to smear Tommy, because I was personally involved in it, I probably would have thought, oh crap! Like, he was so confident in saying that Tommy Robinson wrote that that you would think, surely he's not lying about it. He's got it written down. I knew he was lying about it, and suddenly he backed down and pivoted to some other ridiculous excuse as to why he thinks Tommy Robinson is so evil. Now, we're going to bring Tommy in and just wrap it up, but guys, if you've been enjoying this front seat reporting of the event here, this is part of our TommyInIsrael.com tour here, where we've traveled, we brought you front seat to what Tommy's actually doing here, because you saw Channel 4 came here. We'll bring out those videos after as well, but you saw Channel 4 try to confront Tommy, and he flipped it on them, and then we went back with, once I looked up the details and confronted them as well. But the mainstream media is doing their best, not just in Britain, but around the world, to demonize Tommy and Israel for doing this, and to present this as something that it's absolutely not. But TommyInIsrael.com, that's why we're here, and we're not taking any money from anyone, not even the Israeli government, no government ever, because we are independent, and that's why we love it, but we need your help to do it. It is not cheap to be here and follow Tommy around, but it's worth it. TommyInIsrael.com. Mate, we're just going to wrap it up with mate.
I never know, bruv. Till I watch it back, I never know. Because I sort of like, yeah.
I think the comments have been pouring in, the massive numbers you've got watching around the world over the different platforms. I think it was a massive success because, just judging it off the fact that when we walked in originally and we started filming, there was a lot of chairs. I was impressed by it. I was like, hopefully they all get filled. But not only were they filled, they had to bring out more chairs and people were standing.
We're in the most liberal city in Israel, aren't we? The most left-wing city in Israel.
Did you feel the energy? Did you feel...
I felt the energy. But I never know how to do it until I get a chance to sit down and watch it. So, could I have better prepared? Yeah, I didn't prepare, really. I just thought I'd get up and speak. So I hope it went down well. The problem, there's such an attack against everyone. I'm reading some of the comments. There's an orchestrated, very well organised, real far-right growing element that hate Jews. That's a reality. But I see what the Israeli government have done and what I've experienced here, and every Jew I meet is a patriot. And every Jew I meet doesn't want open borders. Every Jew I meet is on the same mindset as us. And Israel's surrounded by jihad, we're surrounded by jihad, we're all surrounded by jihad, and we should work together. So I've had a great time, having.
Absolutely, Brian. Well,
tired.
You're tired? You've hardly worked, mate.
Oh, fuck off, brother.
Hardly worked. We've been, guys, we're gonna release the. No, I've never seen someone that works so hard. Besides for when I wake up and look in the mirror, definitely not. Your cameraman doesn't. No.
I've had a good time, man. Thank you. No, it's been good.
And we still got a lot more to go in Israel.
It's been good, and you know we've got a lot more to do. And it's a fascinating fact-finding. I like asking questions of things. We've got a lot more questions to ask.
Did you meet my sister? Because she's come
I
armed.
did. I know. I saw the gun.
See the gun? Show the gun. Look, she wears it as a fashion item.
She's single.
She's married. he asked if my sister's single. Let's ask her husband. Is she single? Guys, this really turned ugly at the end of the night. Guys, thanks for tuning in tonight. Make sure before you leave, hit that like, share it, let the world know what really happened.
And I apologise because I should have said, I kept talking about male soldiers. There's a female soldier over here. Do you want to come and get on camera? Come from Britain, volunteered to fight for the state of Israel. Brave young lady. I should have recognised the ladies as well, because all you see is these beautiful young girls in military uniform. It's quite a sight. So, well done. You're brave.
Do you want to say something to that?
I just want to say thank you so much, and wow, from British Jews, on behalf of British Jews, thank you so much. it's so rare in this world to have people who are willing to, stand out and say the truth, in a world full of people trying to, appease the public. So it really means a lot to us. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Stay safe.
There we go, guys. We're going to wrap it up here from... but before we go, like, comment, and share it. Don't let the haters from any side, not the far left, the far right, or the many Islamists around the world, don't let them tell...
I was meant to say thank you. I was meant to say thank you to Dr. Pob. There was a certain gentleman who this event wouldn't have happened without, who facilitated this event. His name was Dr. Bob. So Dr. Bob, we're very grateful for you helping with this event, because it just wouldn't have happened. Hiring a hall like this, having an event like this, very grateful, and I'm very grateful for every person who turned up and for every one of you who support me. Yeah? Cheers.
I'm a white man. Done. Like, comment, share, share, share.